I know the scientific names of beings animalculous. Here we are, friends. Here we are at Palm Beach. An Australian paradise. I'm sure it's coming through there. Let's give it a look around, hey? A place of peace on the far edge of the northern tip of Sydney. It's on the east coast of Australia. You go up from essentially the New York of Australia and you end up on this tiny little slither that looks like a palm tree. And you can see the north side of it behind me, just up here where the lighthouse is. What we're going to do today is we're going to walk up to that lighthouse. We're going to come down and find a place to, of course, talking along the way, doing what we normally do in our walk and talks. And we're going to read Rudolf Steiner's book, The Redemption of Thinking. But what we're also going to do is talk about today an important subject, which is, especially in these dark times, well, it's the state of, what is truly the state of meekness? What's truly the state of meekness? And friends, after that we're going to get the ferry out across the ocean at the end of the stream. But also, if you have any videos you want me to look and comment on, preferably spiritual stuff rather than the political, especially with events that are going on at the moment. But feel free to send me whatever links you want to discuss. And also, as always, go to scottmannion.com/fellowship to join the fellowship. And if there are people in there, we'll have an audio chat as well. And so let me just check the streams are working now, friends, and then we'll get moving. Sorry for the delay. Appears to be everything is going fine. Hello, Scott and all. Looks like it's coming through nice and clear. Perfect. Let's get moving, man. Someone across behind me is practicing the Dirty Dancing move. I can't remember what the theme song is for that movie. But anyway, how glorious is this? Peaceful paradise. Maybe we'll go down further. But we're talking about meekness today. We're talking about the Beatitudes today. And let me put this on as well. And how important is that now? And how important is it for people to understand what meekness actually is? It's not what Peterson thinks it is. It's not what the sort of surface understanding of what it is. Oh, meek, do nothing. No. There's a far deeper meaning, which is tied up with the whole Beatitudes, as they relate to, well, they relate to initiation, don't they? They relate to initiation. And so, I mean, in general, I suppose you could describe it as meekness being there's actually a lot to expand behind it. But what does it really mean? I don't know whether I should describe the two other states before. Because what the three first Beatitudes mean, blessed are the poor in spirit, blessed are those who mourn, and blessed are meekness, blessed are those, the meek shall inherit the earth, are three stages of effort and of the things we do in initiation. And Purification, illumination, union is actually part of this. And so the first, blessed are the poor in spirit, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven. That means it's two streams, it's one. The purification that's required to reach the spiritual poverty necessary. Reaching down to the 0 point. And what is the 0 point fundamentally? Well, these three things are tied up together, this meekness. It's like the card of the tarot, the hanged man. There's two trees beside him, on either side of him, on the other side as well. Two trees. And there's 12 stumps cut off. And so fundamentally, what does that mean? He's hanging upside down, whereas everyone else is affected by the gravity of temporality, which pulls you towards death as part of your being towards death. But the hanged man, he's pulled somewhere else by a different kind of gravity. That's why he's upside down. But there's severed trees that used to be connected to him. What are those? They're the archetypes of temporality. They're also the demons. And so why do we go through this whole long process? Well, it's to sever those branches, to be empty in spirit first and unprovoked by the collective demons that are stirred up by polemical energy, which we see a lot at the moment with the dark events. Even on our side, there's this stirring pot of temporal demons. And that's not to say that nothing is done, but do you really want to act knowing that you're just provoked by something? Or do you want to act knowing and in deep communion with another force from outside the temporal archetypes, from outside temporality itself? That's possible, friends, in the process. That's possible. And so, fundamentally, this state of meekness is something that comes along after the first two stages, the poverty of spirit to the 0 point. But in that first poverty of spirit, before you actually get to this meekness, it's not what Peterson says, oh, he who keeps his sword sharpened knows when to keep it sheathed. Only in the sense that you're in communion with divine will. But you have to do all this to disconnect yourself and cut off the provokings of even the things that are happening on your side, and bad things have been done to you. So it's a requirement of the achievement of this set, a requirement of communion with the divine outside of time, for you to be able to discern divine will. And that might be doing something. Of course, divine will has an action you're supposed to perform, but you have to be purified of what the low empirical self thinks it knows. What do you know about what needs to be done? You just experience your, vengeful motives. We do experience our vengeful motives, our low calculation of the limited empirical subject. What do we know in response to this, that what might solve it? No, the most likely thing that's going to happen to us is we're pulled in this whirlpool. People are becoming more recognizing of the fact that demons are real now, aren't we? By seeing the response to the events that have happened. Wow, they're real, right? Don't think just because you're on one side that you're immune to it. No, that happened with Mustache Man. Something, a motive at the very beginning perhaps, is like the motive to go back to a tradition, the motive to a traditionalist return. And unfortunately, tied up in Wotan, tied up in Macht, will to power, and look what happened. You know, not good. Look where the Germans are now. So, friends, Portugal is a much better example, let's say, but we're not going to go into politics today because we're not talking about that. But any Christian theocracy or any true Christian kingship, he would either have a monastic or someone with him who is in touch with divine will that he can ask, or is himself, which is pretty rare for a king, but they used to be. And so, meekness. Well, the first two stages have to happen first, don't they? It's blessed are the poor in spirit. And so, it's very clear that this also means blessed are the poor in spirit. It means something can be done, for they shall, for theirs. In Greek, the possessive is very clear in the spelling of that word. It's not something that happens after, it's a very real union and relationship, as the tradition describes in Purification and Illumination, union with Him, with the spiritual world now, to guide you on what to do. But even beyond that, simply, of course, theosis is the purpose of life, right? And so, of course, why wouldn't you want to do this? But you're not going to be able to do this pursuing political goals before spiritual goals. Spiritual goals must come first. You must be purified and you can follow divine will. The amount of purification required, let me tell you, to have to, how long it takes them to be able to re-enter perhaps some sort of mission that involved the political at all. The kind of forces and demons that attack you, not just both subjectively and objectively, people, but also within. Because as soon as you're entering that sphere, you're entering the realm of mortal-made principalities, mortal-made demons, which we see on Twitter, right? You see these distributed networks of people under perhaps some internet daddy. These are a demonic network. Yeah? Those things don't just attack you through other people. Once you've purified yourself enough in this Christian initiation process, they attack you from within. So both objectively in the political process, from people, but then the next thing you face after you face the temptations of the body, which are the first thing you're dealing with when you're moving to a higher way of being, is the attacks of these principalities. And I even felt it myself with what events that have been going on, to the temptation to comment and get wrapped up in this spiral, this torrent of the eternal turning of temporality, of a time spiral, the pulling forces of the serpents pulling forces, basically. Wow, look at that, hey? The mist. That's where we're going, friends. Hopefully the signal stays with us, but we have our trusty app that, look how pristine these beaches are. Certainly is a paradise. Yeah. And they're the next things to attack you in this process. So believe me, they're real. And if you want to verify it for yourself, go through the process. Don't take my word for it. Look to the tradition. Don't take my word for it. Do the practices I talk about and verify it for yourself. You'll see soon enough. You face it even as you've purified yourself in the process. You purify yourself every morning, going towards poverty, towards this 0 point. the process sort of becomes faster and faster and faster. But before meekness, what are you dealing with? Well, just like happened with Faust, you're dealing with the recognition of guilt, the recognition of need, and this is all necessary to the process, and the recognition of primordial anxiety and care and death. These are 4 things you must face in the process. 4 things you must face. And so, as I've talked about many times before, and we're getting to meekness, friends, that's the last one of the 3. But the first one, poverty, relates to intuition. So, the first sort of severance or resurrection occurs in the deep, at the bottom of the unconscious, let's say, or a union that occurs. But what has to happen first is you actually first experience imagination, meaning this spiritual poverty, you have to achieve it. Just like the Israelites going into the desert, so too do you have to withdraw. Just like a monastic, so too do you have to withdraw. Why? Because you're trying to get these severed trees, aren't you? But you have to spend a long time doing the concentration without effort in prayer. This process, the Beatitudes are nothing more than that, concentration without effort in prayer, and that you go through these stages of purifying imagination, experiencing inspiration, as we hear the birds chirp here, and experiencing then intuition, which is the first one is the trial of faith. That's actually related to meekness, the trial of faith. The second one is the trial of hope, which is to do with the mourning, as we'll explain. And the third one, well, that is the third one is the trial of love, which is in fact the first thing you experience, the trial of love, even though I say it's to do with this poverty. And so it's really about the reawakening of your love. It's the transformation from the will zum Macht to will to service and love. It's the transformation of the combative courage to a devoted courage and service of God. And so, of course, you have to withdraw. Concentration is withdrawal. And the first thing you experience in that, I might have to take this vest off, it's probably a bit hot here. Give me a moment. Yes, so concentration. We experience in that. We first begin to experience, you'll notice in that, imaginations begin to occur, right? These are, to begin with, they're subjective. They're subjective. But what is imagination fundamentally? Imagination is, well, it's valuative power. It's the sphere of formation that's closest to you in the unconscious. The sphere of formation that's closest to you in the unconscious. And that needs to be purified before Well, it's also, you can consider it the zone of the false Holy Spirit, because it's the degree to which you're arbitrary in your being. And so all the valuative power of that needs to be overcome and dissolved. Look at this, eh? Look where I take you, friends. Needs to be overcome and dissolved. And in that process, you face, well, you've got to have courage. You have to have the courage and to develop the forces of concentration, which the Lord strengthens you through. Your psychological body, you could call it, strengthens you. You know, this is no easy or laughing matter, although the practice of it is very easy. It's like I say, it's concentration without effort in prayer. But eventually and over time, you do have to face these things that you've acquired and the truth about yourself. You have to face, that's why I mentioned guilt before. You have to face and actually acknowledge your failings and weaknesses and sins and look truth in the eye. And that can actually be experienced visually, and is, because it's the imagination. The imagination has power. The image, think about it, the image and likeness of God. Okay, then what are other images that we see in the unconscious? Well, they show themselves in the process. Because you're closing your eyes when you're doing this practice, and what do you see? It's the images you see in dreams. They have power. They can't fundamentally harm you, though. They can't fundamentally harm you. But you still feel their forces. You still, it can generate a lot of fear when you have no experience with it. That's why the tradition there is there to protect you from the unconscious to begin with, right? And to bring you into it. It's initiation. There's a whole tradition there to help you and to protect you. And the Lord fundamentally will protect you, but you have to rely on Him. But anyway, part of it is the change of heart that comes from John the Baptist. That used to be sufficient to do that with spiritual poverty. But it's not sufficient anymore. We have to do more. We've almost fallen further, friends. And so that can come in different ways. Think about it. We live fundamentally in certainty of our rectitude, certain of our right. I'm right. I'm a good person. I'm not doing wrong. You see the word, and you see the G. I remember when a long time ago, looking at the Jesus prayer, not wanting to say the sinner part of it. But fundamentally, of course, that's one of the best parts of it, because you've got this deep-seated. And people seem to think pride's good, right? A pagan looks at it and say, oh, well, how come I have to not have pride in what I do? It's not so much what you think about it. It's this. Firstly, it's an untruth. The forces that are provided for you, you are actually in a delusional state thinking that you did all the things that you did. And this is where it comes to need, I said before, remember? The fundamental acknowledgement of guilt. What does that mean? It doesn't mean moping around, whipping yourself in guilt. No, it's recognition just simply of the sins and asking for forgiveness. That's it. And blessing others, right? Have to acknowledge the truth about yourself and what you've done to God. It's not about atonement. It's not about doing things on the horizontal plane of justice. It's about the new scale with God. You have to go towards the truth in Him, and He is not temporal, He is eternal. He's a typological archetype, if you could talk about it today. He's from space, he's above space, he's not backward in time like the demons are, like Adam is. Again, those are Platonic words. He's a being, he's the primordial being. And so that guilt, that's one step of that, poverty. So you're doing these things at the same time that you're doing your concentration without effort practices in prayer. When like I've said, when things come up, this is all about establishing this state of meekness, which means, what does meekness mean? Again, we can go into a bit of it because it's so big. It's you're not provoked by temporal demons. You're not provoked by archetypes of the unconscious because you've dealt with, in deep courage, you've faced face to face in the imagination, in the depths of practice. You've faced the will to act, the will to power, and you've relied on God. It's woken you up in the middle of the night. You know, things that are terrifying, you've not fallen to. And you've prayed the Jesus prayer at that time, you've prayed the Lord's Prayer, and He's granted you. You've gone through the experience of what the apostles, because you're not just like the multitude who say, I'll eat, with the miracle, the miracle of the feeding of the multitude. And when Jesus says, well, now will you also leave, to the apostles? No, we want to be the apostles on the boat who experienced the nighttime miracle, where the cosmic forces of the ship, in a very real way, this is a symbol of, the cosmic forces of the ship, we're going this way, the cosmic forces of the ship are moving you around, gravity, cosmic gravity, not terrestrial gravity. And so that's part of it. That's part of the trial. But, so now we're going up the resupply route towards the lighthouse. And look at this, hey? What a paradise. Come move here, friends, to Prison Island. Politically Prison Island, anyway. It's all right. Over time, we'll win back in the end. We can hope anyway. Prison Island. Anyway, let's continue. And so in this first process, becoming poor in spirit, you're also going through this acknowledgement of guilt. And then you've got to experience, in this modern age, you have to get this. And it's difficult for younger people, this, I think. I don't have a full solution, but I think it just needs to be drilled into them, because they might not necessarily have a dark experience that will allow them to, hopefully it's just provided by the Lord through the concentration without effort practices, but hopefully need. What is that though? It's the recognition. It's really a big trouble in modernity, because we have all this comfort. We think we're satisfied, but there's a tragedy going on underneath. We're expected to make all our decisions in this limited state when we have no connection to true moral law, true justice that's actually underneath the surface if we initiate. And we can listen to it, and we're expected to. It's a tragedy. Consciousness goes to sleep every night not recognizing the utter tragedy of how disconnected it is, and it's not the relationship that's supposed to be. You're supposed to be guided in your decisions and your judgments, but you're doing these low calculations, aren't you? But the tragedy is this lukewarmness that's talked about in the apocalypse. You actually have an incredible need, unsatisfied at the ground of your being, but you won't experience any of this unless you walk away from those things that provide a lukewarm existence, as we see in the entertainments on YouTube, on the provokings of social media, the rage bait, what's going on now as well. Again, there are things that, of course, Christian man must do in reality. And the Lord will lead you to them, but not unless you disconnect yourself from the collective egregores, the collective demons, and be led by the secret divine will, led by Jesus at the ground of being. Once you've got all this other dark stuff and crap out of the way. And so you have to go through and experience this fundamental need. That's the trouble, right? And so for a lot of people, this is what and has to happen in modernity. For a lot of people, they get their money or whatever, and because they have never encountered the tradition, they're satisfied for a time until they get closer to death, and then it's too late. They start experiencing this, they start experiencing that there's this actual other need. And I see certain people waking up to it. You see the frustrations of people, streamers, gaming streamers, deeply frustrated having to play these games every day, and they don't recognize that there's this other thing of the soul other than money that remains unsatisfied. And that's also the Faustian test. And so through that process, through a tragedy, through something, usually it happens that people recognize, oh shit, I never provided any of these forces, and that's true. They were granted to me. Luck was granted to me. All sorts of things were granted to me. Again, this is the trouble for some people that are younger, perhaps. But if they can be educated in this, then they can just recognize it by having it drilled into them. The forces of the first wine, the prodigal son story talks about, they're provided to you freely, but they're not yours. But you do start to recognize that in doing the practices, because the force of will is withdrawn from you. And you're doing nothing, you're just praying. You're praying and gently concentrating. That's it. So how could possibly all this transformation occur if it wasn't someone on the other side? You know, that's just one thing. Of course, it's not, you're not using that to confirm anything, but it's just a point. It just becomes clear to you more and more and more, the truth of these matters. And so thankfully, all that will energy and that imagination that's tied up with these desires of temporality of the first half of your life, depending on how old you are, all that stuff is unwound by him as you enter a poverty of spirit, unwound by him. And it's through will, in the sense that it's action and it's active and passive at the same time. It's recognizing that, and you discover also that he's purifying you and you can't do it without him. You also make certain discoveries when you do what he says. When you bless others, then strangely, why would this happen when there's no physical relationship with them? You bless others, and then you're released of your sins. You're released of the shame of your sins, of bad possible things you've done to people. You're released of the burden of those things. Because you've asked for forgiveness, and you've also, it's psychological, no. When you experience it firsthand, of course, it's clear. It'll become more and more clear as the faculties become possible, as meekness becomes more online. Again, it's not acting, no. The whole purpose is so you can be not governed by arbitrary provokings of the temporal world, but you can do and be the ingression from Christ outside time that you were always meant to be. The best thing that you could possibly be for Christ and in Christ, beyond any arbitrary goal you've got. He believes in you more than anyone, believes in humanity endlessly, cares about you more than any temporal person, anything, and believes in you and will help you if you go towards him. He has an idea of you, an eternal idea of you, which is the transcendent self. Wow. Look at that, eh? That's where we were. The view gets better as we go on. And so, hopefully the signal's still coming through. And so in this process, you're slowly recognizing that. And that's the second thing that must happen, that deep recognition. And it's a slow process, friends. These things sort of intertwine too. It's not necessarily, oh, first I experience imagination, then the imagination completely dissolves to perfect black, and then it's not exactly as linear. It's like a pouring of a cup, pouring water into 4 different cups at the same time, starting with the first one, and they all fill up. Because eventually you do experience what's called a Gnostic recapitulation, a visual recapitulation of what you're feeling mystically, as I've talked about before. The primary sense is uncreated, it's felt as spiritual touch. And so that's why I always say that the visual is always secondary. What you're attending to is spiritual touch and the emotiveness and the heart. The loving heart. And then later, literally, physically, the heart is also included, which I'll talk about as a more advanced thing later on, which the Philokalia talks about. The love of the good and the beautiful. And so the next thing after that need, and there's more tied up with that need, right? It's a deep recognition that has to come from the ground of your being. It's not just some intellectual recognition. It's not just an intellectual recognition. It usually would have to happen from events. But it is something you can program in so you understand. You'll know it through experiences. There are certain karmic, all that means is destiny. It's your sin that leads you in a certain direction, destiny, right? There's reasons of destiny that you have to, or that you will naturally experience things that go on in the objective world. As we've talked about before, the scouring happens internally and externally. The scouring happens internally and externally. And what's that? Well, it's internally. It's the attacks of temptations. And there is something, there is something I want to really clarify as well. There's something I really want to clarify. Where else can I stand? I think there's another one over there, right? Yeah, I think there is. There's something I want to clarify that I've talked about before, and I should just keep repeating endlessly. Part of the scouring is even when you immediately start trying to do the practice, it's demons that try to stop you. Any excuse they come up with is demons. Any thought, even impulse to stop. You get an impulse to do something else, that's demons. You'll get a thought come up or an impulse, any idea. No matter how, some great insight you had, something you have to do, whatever it is, it's all trying to desperately get you to stop. Stop your prayer concentration exercises. Oh, look at this, eh? Wow. That's the palm tree I was talking about. See that, there's that jetty. That's where we're going to catch the boat from at the end of the day. But look at that. They shoot that show Home and Away there, if it still runs and hasn't been axed yet. And so yes, the best mind frame to have is that anything, any motive, any desire, it's not just thoughts that come to you while you're trying to do your concentration prayers in the morning that tries to stop you. Any necessity or need that you have to accomplish that comes up once you've set the time that you're doing your prayer for it's demon. It's a demon trying to stop you doing it. Not just thought, impulse too. For that time that you set to do your prayers, nothing is allowed to disturb it unless there are lives literally right there, someone's burst in. You know what I mean? That's the purpose of a prayer rule. So you just got to recognize anything related to you and thoughts that come to you, demons, ignore. Continue practice. And impulse as well. And remember, because you're lightly attending, because you're lightly doing. There's another one there. Because you're lightly attending, you can go through, yeah. Yeah, go for it.
Oh, no, brother.
Go for it. Because you're lightly attending, say even the impulse getting tired, that can also be demons of lethargy. And so you're sitting there. You should at least not struggle to resist that stuff, but just lightly bring your attention back to what you're doing. Every time the temptation that you're lethargic or tired, bring it back to what you're attending. Bring it back to your prayers, gently. Never just give in to it. Even if it's tiredness or yawning, whatever, just gently bring it back, or just gently hold your attending when you're doing it. Well, let's keep going. Let's continue. Let's continue, friends. And so, we'll have it on the way down as well. And so, yeah, I wanted to make that point. And so the next thing after acknowledging the needs and discovering the needs, just remember that modernity is an utter tragedy. That people think, firstly, that they need to go through a calamity to discover their deep spiritual need that's actually there, but they are actually in a calamity at the same time. That's why the obesity epidemic is that. It's not a lack of virtue and whatnot, no. It's trying to fill a void of something you've stopped engaging with. That's what it is. And this sort of low pleasure and low surface level pleasure and surface level sorrow is what people are coasting through life in. There you go. There's the other side of the cove. Actually, I don't even know if this is a cove. This is a point, I suppose. And so, that's the tragedy of modernity. One, in recognizing that, and two, in what comes next, which is blessed are those who mourn. But we'll get to that. In the mourning, it's that you could have recognized him sooner. It's also fundamentally a karmic mourning, a destiny mourning, because of all that you've done, right? And that mourning, as we'll discover, as we'll talk about, is a question asking of the divine, of the Lord, through the vital body. We'll see more of this. There's a location down here we can look at it at. Hopefully the signal's still coming through. Let's have a look. Should be. Okay, still coming through, friends. How good's that? Okay. Our friend, the blank person, signal is all good. Thanks, man. Thanks for sending chats through. How good's this? And you've got your map there too. Okay. Chris Doak says, beautiful beach. Our friend, blank dot, says, this is gorgeous, man. That is gorgeous, man. And he also says, to the extent to which I felt tempted to give in to the back and forths on Twitter was a different level these last couple of days. Exactly. Demons, man. Collective egregores stirred up. And here, interestingly, this is the lighthouse keeper in the 1800s. Oh, I didn't even show the lighthouse, it's just there. We'll go look at it later. That's the lighthouse keeper. The story goes that he was struck by lightning up here. But apparently it actually happened to his son. And his son wore a snake's skin, leather on that arm, as a kind of charm to stop it being struck from lightning again. Interesting instinct on his part. Must be connected to an old legend. Because we have to remember that in all these pre-Christian, before the eternal returned, not the eternal return, but before he came to rescue us and salvation, all the revelations come from Luciferic origins. And so that's why you see a lot of symbolism of is there any rocks back here? Let me have a look. A lot of symbolism of the snake being the thing that was, oh no, there's nothing here. A lot of symbolism of the snake being the teacher of civilization, which was true. That was the case. And so there are half truths in all these different religions, but they're tainted truths. There are for a multitude of different reasons, and I'm preparing the lecture on that right now. It's an important lecture, so naturally it's going to take me a while, friends. It's probably, I don't know, maybe 2 weeks, maybe a month, because it's addressing these pagan questions about what's appropriate, explaining what that previous revelation was. Like I said, the clue is in its Luciferic revelation. Doesn't mean there's not some truth in it, but its source is always muddied. That's the reason why one people was sent away from previous cultures, to get the clean revelation. There's a cliff here somewhere. Not a cliff, actually. Don't fear not. I won't get pushed off or something. But where were we? The need. So yes, it's a tragedy, and you have to experience that. You will experience it in the process of doing it. And the next thing you have to experience, you have to sort of get over and through, and this comes through always Christ granting you the forces. You have to get over and through primordial boredom. Because what we just dealt with there with need and guilt, we dealt with there the false warmth and the false light of the past. Goethe and his Faust goes through that false warmth. I mean, you can probably better see where we are if I lift this up. And there's a nice spot here because I scouted this last week. That's the past. Faust in the story first deals with the false warmth of his desire for the feminine, and then experiences the, oh, they might be going to the spot I was thinking to go to. And then they experience the, he goes back into the past, experiencing the light of Greek philosophy and pagan times. That's the false light, the old light. And through those two things, you discover the guilt in its counter image, and in the cold, and the need that, say you go back into pagan times, right? Part of discovering you're deeply in need is people are looking back. They're looking back. The Nietzscheans, they like to look back to the pagan past, people looking back to ancient philosophers instead of Christ. They experience this, that it's not fundamentally satisfying. It's only satisfying maybe for the people at the top of the hierarchy who are getting all the energy, the demonic energy from below above. Now, here we are. Here we go. Come out, friends, come out. There it is. Look at that. Just look at it. Look at the glistening sparkle of the Pacific Ocean. Incredible. Incredible. Look at it. And that is, wow, it's so beautiful. Twinkling. There's depths, my friends, in the depths of the psyche towards the Lord that are far greater than these external sights below the surface, within. The kingdom of heaven is within. If you take the time, you can experience it. As great, as beautiful as this is, beneath the surface is a whole other world. And that's why I'm saying, that's why we need to not be provoked by the demons. Firstly, so we can contact Christ and do what he wants us to do in the world, follow his divine will. But secondly, well, primarily theosis, to be with him. And as the way of the pilgrim says, it's totally possible through Jesus' prayer, through what's talked about in the Philokalia. Totally possible. If you're not provoked by the demons and the principalities and powers. I mean, you say that and people go, what do you mean by principalities and powers? That means collective demon churned up by the sort of thing you see happening right now on both sides. And then that begins to be your motivating force, not from the depths of your being, your true, you could call it true self. It's Jesus through your transcendent self. It's the image of God. You're the likeness or the non-likeness insofar as your empirical self is not like the likeness of God. And he helps you transform that not-likeness into the likeness. And listen to the beautiful birds. Finding solitude is very important for that. And the Way of the Pilgrim talks about this. And read that book as an example, just like Goethe's story, Faust is an example of someone finally achieving initiation after all the distractions and demons that he faces in the Faust story, we're facing right now with what's being stirred up. That's magic, guys. What's being stirred up on Twitter, even by the use of retweeting of the people on the other side, is just stirring up on purpose, right? Fine. The point is, though, to be directed by the Lord on what you are supposed to do in response to all this stuff. Not provoked by some, like, what do these people know? We don't know anything. The Lord knows, though. He's the future. What do they know? You can't trust that what they're suggesting and what they're stirring up is going to be good, even if it logically sounds good. It's still a projection into the future. You need the true future. But, what's this next thing? So this past is what has been, these journeying into the past. We slowly begin to recognize, as a lot of the Nietzscheans will, that it's just not satisfying them. It's only satisfying the people at the top of the hierarchy. I'm just eating the dregs here, the throwdowns from those internet daddies. That's all I'm getting. Well, you know, if you don't have money or income, and even with income, you use the income for some provoking, some desire, some temporal desire. You'll buy the yacht and then it'll not satisfy. Thankfully for Faust, that's the Fausting man's test. That's our test in this age, is the comforts are everywhere. It makes us lukewarm. And so it's to overcome that, thankfully, there's this yearning deep down. And so people will start to realize, and then they'll look towards people who perhaps know how to go through this process. Perhaps do know how. That's the hope. It doesn't matter how many of them, it could be a small amount, it doesn't matter to me. And how thankful I am that people are progressing in the Greenwood Fellowship. As our friend Bram, who is now on a pilgrimage in Europe, he's withdrawing so he can enter this state of meekness, so he can, and has already had progress. Sometimes that's required to do something, acting on the, going into withdrawal. But you can do it anywhere, like I've talked about many times, and it's actually important to do it anywhere. It's not necessarily have to go to these locations. The light of his glory is revealed underneath everything, even in the most stagnant, dark place that you think. Boring place of modernity, dead place of modernity. He reveals in his glory. Birds can get anywhere. But everything is revealed through the light of his truth that becomes available. Through the process, everything is shown in its true light, in the light of the Logos, thankfully, because he's here, which wasn't possible in pagan times. Other things were possible, but it's complicated. We'll get into that. And so what else does Faust experience? What else do we need to experience? That's the third thing, care. Care, it's the future. We've talked about this before. This is still in the purification process. Well, and you're always going through it, right? It's like I say, it's several cups being filled up at the same time. It's not just linear. Oh, okay, purification's done now. Now we'll go to elimination. Hello, friend. Often you'll see off the coast here, sea eagles that just float on the currents. I didn't show this bit much. You got a lot of sailing boats out here. Hopefully it looks nice and crisp on your screen. Yeah, it is a high resolution. You can actually turn the resolution up if you want to 1400 and it might look even better. So, although not that much better, but it's because the screen is slightly shrunk. I broadcast it in a higher resolution so you'd get the full HD if you wanted it, of the smaller part of the screen that's within the border. But that there, my friends, is the Australian dream. Some dude with a boat, you know, a sailing boat. He has a house and a sailing boat. But as we know, you know, you look back even to Victorian times, that's just modernity. It's still modernity. There are some people who have a close relationship, and when you go back, there's more authentic relationship with Christ. But this having a home, having a family, no, we're supposed to, yes, but in Christ. Your family and your marriage is a marriage for salvation. And that's been just completely forgotten. It's like, my goal is for a boat and a comfort in retirement. No, your whole existence is salvation for you and your children, and their souls and your souls together. It's a group objective for salvation. That's the whole purpose of life, is theosis. And to breathe that kingdom of heaven, which is at hand now and available now, a new heaven and a new earth, to flow through us into nature and transform everything, saving it. And so this third step is care. And so it's awakened. How's care awakened, friends? Well, in this process, you're doing it. You're concentrating. You're months into it, 4 months into it. Things begin to happen externally. Perhaps resisting. You've been scoured. You're being scoured internally by the temptations you face every morning to stop you from praying and try to distract you from your prayers. That's always happens. Because after that, as happens to the Lord, he's visited by angels after he resists the temptation. So that's a natural part of the practice, saying no to it. And so the thoughts that come up, that's good, but don't fall to them. Anyway, you know how to do it. Go to the practices lectures that I talk about. That you experience externally. Care, what's this care? Well, you can sort of connect it to Heideggerian care. It's tied up with all your being that is a goal. Every aspiration you have that's in your imagination, your imagination's your unconscious, part of your unconscious. It's charged up with all your care. It's your value hierarchy. These are abstract ways of calling things. These are spiritual entities, lesser ones you could call them, but these are real realities. They're not some stupid thing that some ridiculous cognitive behavioral therapist talks about, some demonologist. No, they're real forces that are transvaluated and transformed by Christ, right? But in this process, and often it'll happen at the, later in life, or I mean like in middle, usually after, because you're spending so much time withdrawing, all your previous goals need to be abandoned, right? All your desires, you have to just go, I'm not going to do that anymore. And through that, even a young man, hopefully, and Bram may be able to comment on this because he's quite young, he's like 22. Usually it's easier, not easier, but, well, I had a lot of goals, and for me, I had to let go of them all. And what happens is, this first wine, the luster that is with everything of your first will to power goals, after you've recognized your fundamental lacking, usually because of some sort of, for me, personally, it was regarding, really it was, I have a fundamental thing about freedom, right? Maybe it comes from the part of me that's Irish ancestry or something. And it was to do with provokings, realizing that I was provoked by the Wilsemacht, the will to power. And I would do things and say, I didn't want to do that. I'd actually set a goal not to do that, and I did it. in terms of like posting something on Twitter or whatnot. And then I just fundamentally recognized, oh, these are demons. And you can't, you're not capable. See, this is what I mean by recognition of the need. You're not capable of stopping them. You can go to Jordan Peterson or whatever therapist you want. Fundamentally, that's all demonology. You're not going to be, you can't let go of, without forgiveness and your sins. You can't use some trick or cognitive behavioral therapy to stop it or whatever. That was for me a recognition. When I would do things that were provoked by the will to power. And you see this often with people on the right on Twitter. I'd do stuff like that. And really, it was not me, and I was following that, like shit posting or whatever it might be. But it wasn't me. And once I'd set a goal not to do a certain thing, I found myself doing it. In a moment, I recognized, oh, we don't have the forces to do this. We're actually in need, and we think it's us. And then I started to realize, oh, it's demons. And then, of course, the tradition tells us it is. And I just didn't recognize that. This is a long time ago, a while ago anyway, a long time ago. But through that, you have to go through that further, right? Abandoning all the previous goals charged up by will to power, what that leads to is a seeing the world as its dead aspect, everything. The place you are in modernity, like you could come here, if you're in hell, which is what this essentially is, care, it's primordial anxiety based on all having no goals, every goal removed, and even a lack of time perhaps that, oh, I can't do anything about that. It's almost like going through or experiencing the dry deadness of the cosmos with a lack of that first wine, first light, first warmth. You can be helped a bit by this in age. So I don't know, if you're like 35, it's pretty easy to, you should be able to go through it though, through withdrawal anyway, even if you're younger. But this experience of, that's what primordial care is that all the goals for the future are removed, and then you have a deep anxiety, primordial anxiety about money. And for Faust, it's about money and what's to happen in the future. It's about the future, because everything that you tied up in your goals projects a future you into the future. And drives you along and makes the world present to you as it does. And so going through this experience of the utter greyness and deadness of the cosmos, in that, it's important to experience that. It's hell. Well, it could be much worse than that. I wouldn't call it hell, actually. It's the 0 point I was talking about before. The complete, it's becoming poor in spirit. You're not provoked from anywhere. There's no goal here for you. It's recognition of the dryness of everything. But you still continue your concentrations. You still continue your prayers. Anyway, right? And so it's all part of a test. It's a test of love. And so you keep going, don't you? And you keep going, but you keep going in boredom. We have to get over boredom or anything like that and just dwell. That's why you do this thing for a set amount of time every morning. Primordial care. So it's about the past, present, and the future. Warmth, light, and the falsity of that. But luckily, it should help. A lot of the people that are in paganisms, at least they're looking towards that stuff, and they may see then the error of their ways if we can keep showing them through light and the raw abundance of love, of radiation that radiates out from us from nowhere, from Him, Christ referential, not. It requires no polemic, it's Christ satisfied. I was going to say self-satisfied, but no, that's them. Well, no, they're not self-satisfied. I just mean it's self-sustained, but Christ-sustained, meaning it doesn't come from you, it comes from Him, but it radiates from us with no requirement of polemical battle, no victories, because all the other stuff relies on a projection of a victory. Every revolution, every Wilhelmsmacht relies on a projection of some other care. And so you have to go to the 0 point. To be poor in spirit, guilt, need, care. You have to get past these comforts of modernity, but you can still live your life normally, but you can do this in your normal life. Everyone can do this. Guys are showing that you can. A friend of ours, Aenir, is having great progress, man. And he just does it, concentration without effort, in the morning and in the commute, on the way in and the way home. And he's experiencing now. His is now the kingdom of heaven, at the start of it anyway, in terms of experiencing spiritual touch. Being careful with the epistemic principle, of course, to verify what's true. And we've talked, how many times have we talked about that? And what's the last step? It's death. Death. And we get more and more comfortable with death. That's why the saints talk about death. And I suppose we might as well continue down now, and then we'll make our way towards a spot to read our book. I mean, maybe we could just read here. Yeah, maybe. Got a nice view. Yeah, I might do that. Fuck it. Why not? Okay. And so basically we've talked about there mainly the first beatitude. So we're getting to what meekness is, and we will by the end of the day. I promise. I wonder what's the best place to sit. I don't want to go down too low. Okay. Yeah, this will be good, I think. Get this to stand up, maybe. Sorry, just give me a moment, everyone. We're reading The Redemption of Thinking by our friend Rudolf Steiner. Hey. Oh, I can't really leave that there though, can I? Just want to make sure it's still getting good signal. I'll put you there. Get my drink. Alright, maybe that'll be alright. What do we got there? What do we see? Maybe we can just shoot this way. Put this. Yeah, something like that, if it doesn't fall over. Funny. Ooh, funny. Or are we? Actually, that should just be straight anyway. I don't have to balance it. All right. Now, where do I sit? I just don't want that to fall over. It shouldn't. Maybe I'll just put it down a bit. Pretty good view. Perfect. All right. That's pretty comfortable. Hope I don't get burnt. Yeah, that's not bad. Pew. Like I said, don't say I never take you anywhere. All right. Check the chats and then we'll go on and continue our reading. 1 o'clock, plenty of time. I hope this is still working. Hang on. Uh-oh. Maybe it isn't. Uh-oh. Come on. Come on, friend. Sorry if you're still getting this. I have to confirm. Shit. We're gonna have to go back because I can't see it. Maybe coming over this side just fucked us with the signal a bit. Damn, man. Shit, maybe I'll go walk down. Sorry, this is probably boring if you're still getting the signal through. Come on. Yeah, I think we're fucked. We'll go sit somewhere else. We'll go sit somewhere else. Okay. Never mind. It might still be coming through, but I've only got internet on one of the cells that I use here, so I have to be certain before I go into an hour reading, and that'll all be a waste. So let's go back. Okay. Guess I could tell them that the view's through there. There's nothing, where they're going, there's nothing to see. I have foreseen this, there's nothing to see. Where you're going, there's nothing to see. You can get through to the left there. There's a view to the left there, I don't know if if you're looking for something. There's a pathway just to the left there. Like if you just go back a bit, if you're looking for a clear view, yeah, it's just down here. Yeah, just walk through. See it? And it's just like a clear cliff, that's right. Tourists. I think a lot of British people see the Home and Away show. That's probably why they come down here. Palm Beach, that's where they shoot it. Anyway, they get to see a good view. Okay, and so hopefully this is coming through properly now. But care, we were talking about primordial anxiety, care, the future, the death of the future, so the true future can be born is what we're after. The death of the future, so the true future can be born. And sometimes what's needed in that is that tragedy. Tragedy of the deep recognition of the soul need. There's two needs. There's three needs. The need of spirit, the need of soul, and the need of society. The soul need, well, first it was the death of 1,000 years ago, it was the death of the need of the spirit. The death of the need of the spirit, which you actually saw in the pre-Christian times, of the fast theistic logic and its agility, serpent and stone. So serpentine agility crawling along the surface of the earth, and a dead stone replaced the spirit before Christ came. What is that fundamentally? We see it right now. It's this intellect in a postmodern world. It's this intellect in a postmodern world that is sort of separated from the truth of reality and forms its own abstractions of everything. And that's that fast theistic logic that provides the goals and the provokings and the push of a dogmatic dead, lifeless religion. That ends up the sort of new source of spirit, and it's kind of the satanic source, not a true source of life. That's one thing that's created, which we experience now, that need of spirit, from a lack of it, from a deadening of it. Oh, we'll see more of that when we go down, but that's the lighthouse, everyone. There you go, it's pretty beautiful, right? Struck by lightning, his son was, on this ere not a century ago, 2 centuries ago, was he here struck down. By celestial lightning. What were we saying? Soul and society, these 3 needs. And so now it's gotten even worse. So that thought abstracting has little by little replaced the spirit, but now soul is now disconnecting itself in postmodernity and modernity. And you see this in, look at the demon, look what it takes to snap us out of what matters to us. It takes a death in the family or a life-threatening thing. Otherwise, we just don't care. We see the deaths that happen, or we only respond because we're really afraid, which is what's happening at the moment. It's fear of death that moves you, but otherwise you're not moved by anything. It's a postmodern dissolution of soul. There's no life left. It's being taken out of, not just is the spirit not available, so too also is the soul without life. So too is the soul without life. And so hopefully the signal's back now, friends. I had to abandon that location because it seemed like, and it may not have, it may have been working, but to me I couldn't access the internet. And so there's a need of soul, a need of spirit, and a need of society. And those need to be recognized. And through that recognition, that would be a good place to read the book, actually. And they're all sort of taken by people. It's annoying. I've got to get up on one of them. Yeah, they want to like fill up the country, right? Can't find a place of solitude anywhere. Might be able to get to the top of this rock though, up here. Otherwise we can just do it down there. But it looks like there's a way of scaling this, and maybe not. Let's have a look. Probably not. Or is there? It's probably just water that's carved this into the landscape. Or not. Wait, maybe there's something here. Maybe there's a way up to it. Killed by a redneck spider. It's a bit steep to get up this. Oh no, maybe. Oh yeah, I reckon I can get up there. Getting down might be more annoying. Yeah, maybe not. Yeah. Not with a camera on me. I think that might be a bit annoying to try and get down backwards. Yeah. Better to be cautious. What were we saying? Yeah, this process is no reason to be foolhardy as well. That's another lesson in that. because one wants to be careful not to, it's not for us to put the Lord to the test. That's a temptation, isn't it? A temptation to experiment with the divine. You want to make sure that you're not doing that by being foolhardy. The temptation is, an angel will save you. Why don't you prove it by jumping off a cliff or whatnot? As the Lord is tempted to cast himself off the temple. I would definitely go up though. I would otherwise have gone up without a camera. But what were we saying? Damn. Fear. The soul. The soul is conditioned now as a total death. That dying. Well, that might be a possibility. This one here. Maybe. Let's have a look. Oops. Yeah, maybe. Maybe. It's a nice view, but I don't think I can really sit on it. Okay. All right. So yeah, 2 soul needs. Oh wait, maybe this one here. Maybe not. Maybe not. Might as well see. Ooh, hang on. Woohoo! Woohoo! That's good. I like it. Now we're talking. All right. Let's get our book out. That doesn't have signal, nothing does. Okay. Okay, cool. Cool bananas. Well, I might as well see if it's working. It should be now. It was probably working the whole time though. Anyway, have to be sure. Yes. Chris Doak says, another Scott stream, another Coke bottle. Yeah, I'm a fan. It's true. Look at that. Look at the scale of that location. Just look at it. That's Palm Beach. That's Palm Beach, brothers and sisters. Great fishing of the front just below you. I guess that's here, right? Is that, do you mean, as he points like a commander? Do you mean yonder or hither? Do you mean the ocean or do you mean the bay? Probably the bay, I'd say. I bet it is. Tell you what, once you get amongst it and get out and about, it is, it's the home, Glenn says that Home and Away is filmed on that beach too. Yeah, that's right. I said that earlier. Home and Away. It's a soap opera. Nothing people that watch this channel would probably enjoy, but you probably know of it. You'd see the locations. And so I'm going to get, as our friend Chris said, our good friend Chris, who I think's in the fellowship, aren't you, Chris? As he said, another Coke bottle. We have to admit, it's probably the best drink you can have in terms of taste. It really is. And there's no calories in it. Technology, guys. And so, like I said, at the end of the stream, perhaps on the ferry across the ocean, we will do any questions. And I'm thinking this bag, probably I can just take this down so I can sit there instead and relax for a bit. I'm sure that'll still come through, I hope. The rock doesn't F it up, because I want to sit here. Okay, how's that? It's not very comfortable. One must say, it's not very comfortable. That's all right. That's pretty good. Need another caffeine tablet to go with that. Oh, it's and so we were talking about those four things, and then death. Well, death's the last one. We must die in the psychological unconscious first, then die in the vital body, in the vital unconscious, and in a sense die in the physical body. That's the mystery. That's a mystery, though. The mystery of the breath and the mystery of, that's for you to discover in reading the Fathers. But those four things have to happen, and they happen to Faust in I hope it doesn't matter that I'm sitting with my back to you, but that happens to Faust. And he experiences the initiation right at the end. And through his striving in those four domains, in care, in guilt, care, and in the primordial anxiety of fear of the future. That's how you would understand it phenomenologically in the process, is that because you've abandoned everything, there's no goal. You're trying to find what the Lord wants you to do and access to divine will and Him as a fact of experience. And so that takes a lot of courage. And so this poor in spirit, that first thing is a test of love. And what it does is it develops love. It's the striking up of love in the soul. And the first death, the first cutting away happens in a cutting away from psychologically the desires of temporality. You die to, firstly, in the lowest part of the self, you're reconnected to Him in the spirit. That's the birth and the striking of love. And that's the first step. And it's through a test of love, in a way, because you've read the Gospels, you've let their spell work their magic in you. You've prepared yourself, and you've, through the test of love, because you have to love Him first, then He reveals Himself to you. You have to find Him willingly because of freedom. Right? And so through that, then He ignites at the ground of your being. There's still a long way to go, though. But the very first glimmers of changes begin to occur, which is what the middle three Beatitudes are about. And so that's the test of love, that it also ignites love and a fundamental change of mode at the ground of your being. A change of mode at the ground of your being. That's the beginning, basically. I mean, you already would be practicing for months for this ignition to happen, going through these things I've been talking about. And then you move on to, from imagination, which is slowly being dissolved, right? Well, the step's called intuition, because that intuition, that first intuition, which is a becoming at the ground of your being, and it's the transformation of you, which is happening in ways and unconscious ways that you're unaware of to begin with, these transformations. But you get little clues as to what's going on. Especially with the scouring and the attacks on you that happen spiritually, because you're doing your practices and prayers, the demons try to stop you doing it. And so you notice in all sorts of ways. Sorrow and joy, joy and peace. But that's the next step. That's blessed are they who mourn, for they shall be comforted. What is this mourning about? I mean, I should probably talk about this after we've done our reading. What time is it? Okay, 1:23. We've been going for what? An hour? Oceanside. Yeah, so the fishing is done on the ocean side, our friend Glenn says. Yeah, I bet it's good up here. Away from Sydney. A little bit away anyway. It's still, it's a fair way away, being an hour north, even though it's connected to the land. Yeah, but the next step is mourning, and mourning is tied up with inspiration, because now you've become empty. Now you begin to be able to access the vital unconscious, and the vital body and vital unconscious. Vital body just means that your being extends beyond you in memory, beyond, as Plato even talked about, and you are sort of remembered, and you remember things that are connected to you beyond just the individual. This whole process is a remembering. God remembers you, the divine remembers you, and that's you having access to heaven. Theirs is the kingdom of heaven. Blessed are those who are poor in spirit and are beggars for the Spirit. Theirs is the kingdom of heaven. It happens here now. It can happen here now. And I can attest to that myself. I've been through this whole process, and of course it always continues and will for the rest of our lives. But I can tell you, friends, everything I'm saying is through experience. I'm not getting this from people. It's confirmed through the tradition and people. I confirm everything with it, with the epistemic principle, but a world awaits you if you can just spend that hour a day. Getting over that first hump is the hard thing. Overcoming and saying no to the demons, and basically what these first three Beatitudes represent as the way of finding the Son towards the Father, basically. It's the hard bit in terms of, of course the journey continues and the attacks continue in actually more complicated ways, but the rewards are the true life that the Lord promised us. But that first hump is most important, because you getting to the point where you can discern divine will, that comes much later even than this. But the hump of having confirmed spiritual experience, confirmed obvious healing and peace, and the miraculous occurring and healing. Once you've experienced that sort of thing, then you're over that hump of because so much of our calculative mind tells us, oh, what if this isn't true or whatever. But the whole tradition has told us, and the sages and saints have told us. It's the great people who've told this. It's only the Spurg Scientologists who've said, oh, it's all BS, it's all in the mind or whatever. The greatest people have told us this, and God came. But always the demons will send Scientology to distract and convince. And then he'll also send saints to help us, of course, as well. But the tragedy I was talking about, the tragedy is that it doesn't actually take that long. Anyway, we'll get to the leading up to what meekness is. We'll get to the mourning part next, but let's continue our reading of Rudolf Steiner, friends. Where were we? here we are. We've talked so far. It's about Thomism. It's about Augustine. It's about how Augustine was the things that happened to Augustine. He was ahead of his time. The development of the individual occurred to him in a very personal manner. So too was it with Nietzsche, a very personal philosophy. Whereas Thomism is a very abstract, universal. So almost that's the problem of the universal and the particular. Nominalism and realism. Really, the particular was experienced by Augustine, but we were getting to the point here. Steiner's explained over the last 2 lectures what are the influences on Augustine: Platonism, Plotinus, Manichaeism, and Aristotle on Thomism. And also, really what Steiner's articulated so far is what the experience was for these people, how being present to them, and how the Lord and how their interaction with the divine was experienced by them at the time, and how that explained what was to come. And he was saying essentially that for Aquinas, not much was experienced directly. That happened at the end of his life. Essentially, the initiation was completed through all the purification that his work created. Because people will talk about Aquinas and they think that, it's just this abstract system. But actually, it can be used, and was for him, as a way of preparation, and it purified him to allow him access at the end of his life to the mystical truth. To a different degree, that also happened to Plato at the end of his life, if you believe the 7th letter, as I've talked about many times. But yeah, let's go on with this. So in all this, it is clear, as I pointed out at the end of the last lecture, that human individuality had arrived at intellectualism, but had not discovered the relationship of Christ to the realm of the intellect and thought. Augustine had been in some measure aware of this Christ relationship because he still regarded humanity as a single whole. In his day, the light of Christ shone, if somewhat faintly, in the depths of the soul of humanity, and lit up again later for the Christian mystics of the Middle Ages. It did not, however, shine at all clearly or plainly for those later philosophers who sought to find Christ only by means of the logical thought, which was bound up with their awakening sense of individuality. I'm not even sure if you can see me there. Maybe no purpose to even getting up. Oh yeah, maybe you can, I don't know. Okay. And so, it did not, however, shine at all clearly or plainly for those latter philosophers who sought to find Christ only by means of their logical thought, like I said, which was bound up with their awakening sense of individuality, or by that which could follow from it. From this logical thinking, when it first arises, appears so definitely to have its source in the human soul itself that it rejects just that which ought to be the essential work of Christ on man's inner life. It rejects the possibility of transformation, of the metamorphosis of man's thought life. Isn't that so true? Isn't that so true? The intellect captures states, as Bergson talks about. It doesn't deal well at all with the flow towards something that Christ is, leading us towards him at the end of time. So it cannot take the attitude towards the life of knowledge that would enable a man to say, I can certainly think. And I think in the first place about myself and the world, but this thinking of mine is still very undeveloped. That, in some measure, is the result of the fall of man. It can't take that attitude. We desperately need to take that attitude. Still very undeveloped, very stagnant. It needs to be unified. That's what this union is, of intellect and spirit. Intellect means to be fundamentally bowed. Its head must be bowed to the spirit. And that's what this process of meekness is. You don't know, I don't know, we don't know shit about what we're supposed to do in response to everything that's happening at the moment. That's the whole process and everything. Getting over your own pride of the human logos and the collective knowing of the civilizational AI, whatever it is. We don't know shit. Limited. It's supposed to come from Him. That's our mission here, theosis. So we can be meek to all the provokings of temporality, and He'll show us what's true. So that in some measure is the result of the fall of man. My thinking, therefore, must rise above its present level, but not, Steiner doesn't add here, but I'm going to add, but not of its own will. No, sorry, not of its own steam, collaboratively. Fundamentally recognizing your own need, that you can't do it of your own. Now you try and try and try, and what will happen is the sword of Eden will swat you away. What goes above that's of polemical electricity, like on that card of the tarot actually, where death has a scythe, it's cutting off these invisible hands that are coming above. What is of polemical will to power that tries to rise into the unconscious, into the vital unconscious, is cut off by death. That's actually the point. That's the mystery of it. Christ is the synthesis of death and life. Thankfully, He'll conduct a surgery on you, on us, cutting away this will to power that shouldn't be there. It's only love that can be there. Then the sword of Eden doesn't repel you. It only repels you because you're impure, because we're impure. If you try, and I've had people in the fellowship try to talk about doing meditation practices, trying to will it and bring it about on their own and saying, oh, I felt like I was being pushed into the back of the chair. And I'm like, yeah, it's passive active. Don't try this yogi Vilzam act, I'll bring it about. I'm the one that will bring about this transformation. No, you've got to fundamentally recognize, get out of that Western mode, even Eastern mode. It's also an Eastern mode. It's a technical Eastern mode as well. No, it's gentle attending in prayer. And you just have to learn that by taking the hard knocks. Well, it was for me. It had to be drilled into me over and over and over again that I wasn't going to bring about this. You just have to get it into your head that you're fundamentally dependent. You're fundamentally Christ-dependent without even realizing it. You're not self-dependent. I'm a self-made man. Shut the fuck up. I'm talking to myself here. I'm talking to myself, not to anyone, not pointing at anyone like I'm so pure or anything. But we need to shut up about what we can do and we can bring about. If only I was in power. If only I, this and that. You'd crumble. We'd crumble like anyone else. Remember the South Korean president had an opportunity there to perhaps take power. Maybe he could have brought in a Christian kingship or something. Why was he sweating and why did he crumble? Because it wasn't something, no, I'm not going to go into this in detail. It wasn't sanctioned, right? It's not. Someone has to be an initiate to do something like that, right? You need to be divine will guided or else you crumble. The ego can't handle it. The ego can't handle it. And that was demonstrated, has been demonstrated many times. It ends up turning into inflation and tyranny because of the ego can't handle it. It needs deep religious bowing to something higher than itself to be guided properly. That's what our leaders used to do, But anyway, I've digressed a bit there. It must be transformed and lifted up into a higher sphere of consciousness. Now, Steiner often, the way he frames it, but he does get it, but the way he frames it is in that 1900s, it is a bit in that we can do it of our own steam, when it's half-half. It's will and grace. You got to drill that into your head. You're not doing anything via your own steam. But you still put your effort in, but you've got to get in the back of your head and you must pray for it and recognize that it's coming from him because it's moral. And if you don't recognize that, it just won't be allowed. So as a matter of fact, only in one instance has the realization of this vital necessity for the transformation of human thought flashed up in the mind of a leading thinker, and that was Spinoza, himself a follower of Descartes. It is not to be wondered at that Spinoza made a very deep impression on men like Herder and Goethe. For though he apparently completely immersed in that intellectualism, he was apparently, which in a changed form had survived from scholasticism. And remember, with scholasticism, a lot of scholastics became mystics after it allowed them to purify themselves. It was a preparation for them. So there is definitely a lot was achieved with it. And so yet he takes the attitude towards, although for me, I had nothing to do with it. I didn't read it. And I've asked the Lord whether I should. But maybe I will at some stage. Anyway, so yet he takes the attitude towards intellectual. That's not the only road for preparation. For me, orthodoxy, and of course Heidegger and various other philosophers was part of the preparation. Steiner, Tom Berg, the Philokalia. And so Spinoza takes the attitude towards intellectualism that man can only in the end really arrive at truth, which for Spinoza was a kind of intuition, if he is not content to remain at the level of everyday life and ordinary scientific thinking, but transforms his intellect, the inner thought life of his soul. Not just that, it's the transformation has to go much further, and Bergson also recognizes this, of course, with his intuition, which is a merging, it's a union, and it always has been. It's everything we talk about, a union of the unconscious with the conscious. And so Spinoza finally arrives at the point where he can say, by the development of thought itself, thought fills itself anew with a spirit content. It is as though the spirit world of which we learned in Platonism offers itself again to thought, if thought will go forward to meet the spirit. Spirit replenishes thought until thought becomes intuition. But what's required of that? Well, thought can't do it on its own. You have to, like we've talked about before, Bergson talks about as well. Thought, you can't learn to swim by mode or way of walking. You can only learn to swim by jumping in the water. So the intellect cannot get outside of itself through intellect. That's where concentration and purification comes in. That's where the prayers come in. It can't be done by us through the intellect. It has to be by bowing itself to something greater and outside. It has to probe the dark, murky things just outside its reach. And that's what happens in this attending. As I've said before, I talk about how to do the practice and the concentration of the all and the point. Also in the hanging a little loose. By hanging a little loose, you actually begin to probe the edges of the intellect, don't you? You're still awake, but you're hanging a little loose in the attending of the all of vision, all of this image, and the center, and praying the Jesus prayer and attending the breathing as well. And then releasing a little bit, I talk about in how to do the practice. And also recognizing that attending of the all is also closer than the closest, in the sense of the center of your being, of your observation of where you are, the very center of your being can help sometimes. And so in doing that concentration, you begin to eventually close your eyes And then you begin to probe that unconscious. And when the images begin to appear and they also begin to dissolve, like we've talked about earlier. And so that the objective is to leave the milieu, but you can't do it on your own. You can try, and then you end up doing what we've talked about before, the dangerous specialization in one area, like the yogis do. And that leads to mental illness. Even if you achieve some sort of depersonalization and de-care, and that is what happens, you deperson yourself and lose the ability to communicate with the Lord and his hierarchies who are above everything. Anyway, we've talked about that many times. Let's continue with our reading. By the development of thought itself, thought fills itself anew with spirit content. And so maybe Spinoza is trying to do that in a different way, but it only works like Bergson talks about, and like we talk about in this process, by doing what we're talking about, and eventually coming down to the heart as well in advanced practice. So it is as though the spirit world of which we learned in Platonism offers itself again to thought. I already read that. To my mind, it's very interesting to see how Spinoza gets to the root of the matter when he says, as we consider the life of the world, we see how, in its highest substance, it transforms itself again into spirit. As we consider the life of the world, we see how in its highest substance, it transforms itself again into spirit. We see too how we can receive this spirit into our souls if we raise both ourselves and our thinking to the level of intuition. That is, if we so develop our intellectual faculties that we prove everything with mathematical accuracy, and at the same time, in arriving at such proof, so transform and uplift ourselves that spirit can come to meet us. If we can rise to this height, then from the peak of vision, we are able to comprehend the whole historic process which is involved in the evolution of mankind. Spinoza says this. It is amazing that the following sentence should shine out from the writings of the Jew Spinoza. Sorry, it's just funny to see the way Steiner talking about it. The Jews. But there's something very limited in what Spinoza's saying there, is that you're not getting out of the milieu of the thought there. But you could also say that in that is some sort of sobriety is gained by, preparatory purification is gained by, to some degree, by mathematics, but that's what scholasticism also achieves. So you could even say maybe a bit the San Bonaventura, the way of the light underneath is revealed in the world. But remember, you got to do the night path and the day path at the same time. But anyway, Steiner is just articulating how these things are understood to a certain degree and are achieved in some limited manner by philosophers of the past. And so the highest revelation of divine substance is given in Christ. In Christ, intuition becomes theophany, the incarnation of God. The voice of Christ is therefore the voice of God and the path to salvation. In other words, the Jew Spinoza comes to the conclusion that man can so develop himself by means of his intellectual faculties that spirit comes to meet him. If then he is also able to fix his thoughts upon the mystery of Golgotha, not only does his spirit-filled consciousness become intuition, that is, the manifestation of spirit through thought, but intuition itself is transformed into theophany, the manifestation of God himself. Man is on the spirit path to God. Utterances like these show that Spinoza felt the urge to reveal the truth that had suddenly dawned upon him. What Spinoza had discovered by means of concerning the evolution of humanity runs, as it were, like a refrain, a kind of undertone throughout his ethics. Later on, this perception passed on to another sensitive human being. I just want to add there, but what Spinoza's talking about, you have to do more. That's part of it. it's not enough. You have to get outside the intellect, like we've been talking about, like Bergson says. Maybe he did achieve to a certain degree what he's talking about, but it has to be with the concentration and the Jesus prayer, alongside the others, alongside also contemplation of the passion and such, to awaken these things. I even think these days some added things because of postmodernism. There's other psychotechnology in the way that's, at least to me, that more things are actually now required. Worse things have built up. And so, that's why there's certain developments are needed. And things need to be retaught in a way, in a language that is, not in a language, as psychotechnology has built up, so too does a new, added, or an unfolding of tradition to be able to deal with the new psychotechnologies, a new Luciferian and satanic cognitive things that develop, that are reversing our proper development, to deprogram that. And that can be practically as well as theoretically in preparation. That's, in my experience, with the certain little things that have helped along the way, slightly perhaps expanded from a traditional practice. Although then again, I look back into the readings and I go, no, here, they're talking about it here. So one does something and then one recognizes that, no, that's actually what someone was doing in ancient times. When they say combine watchfulness and the breath and the name of Jesus, then, okay, watchfulness and attention on the breathing, on the diaphragm, on the breath, and let that govern the speed of the Jesus prayer in your mind. That's probably what was happening in the 4th century. Even though consciousness was slightly different for them, how being present to them was slightly different. And so let's go on. What Spinoza discovered by this means concerning the evolution of humanity runs, as it were, like a refrain. I said this already, sorry about that. We can well understand how, for Goethe, who was well able to read between the lines of the book and who could feel in his own heart the beat of the heart that lives in it, how for him the ethics of Spinoza set the standard for all his own thinking. In matters of this sort, it is important not to take the merely abstract point of view that is usually taken up in the works of philosophy. And there's a footnote here that says Steiner himself experienced this whole process. See epilogue. Yes, and that's, of course, that happens in more than this happens than what Spinoza's talking about happens in the process. More, as is described in, and even more is inscribed in Way of the Pilgrim. That if you're doing what we're talking about in the practices, the same thing will happen for you. You just got to put the time in and do the moral development and do the forgiveness and everything that the practices we talk about. It doesn't take that long though. How do we practice all these things? How do we practice the 3 O's? They all happen in the one practice actually. Concentration without effort in prayer, which develops, but it's the same. The whole 3 things are practiced, as Tom Berg talks about. He's quite right about that. He's not right about everything, but he's certainly right about that. And so, the matter must be viewed from the human standpoint, and we must pay real attention to the spark that was lit by Spinoza's teaching in the soul of Goethe, the spiritual perception, however, which shines out between the lines of Spinoza's philosophy, did not become a dominating influence upon the thought of the time. What did dominate it was the inability to escape from nominalism. Indeed, at the next stage of nominalism, man became more and more entangled in the thought that there lives in him an inner consciousness which the outer world cannot comprehend, and which cannot itself go out from him and immerse itself in the outer world and take to itself something of its nature. In fact, this feeling that man is so isolated in his own being that he cannot get away from himself and receive something from the outer world is to be found in the 17th century, and Locke expresses it thus: that which we observe as colours or sounds in the outer world can no longer be regarded as anything which leads us to the reality of that world. Wow, what a striking statement. Isn't it so true of how it is for the modern? Even worse now, it is only the effect of the outer world upon the senses, something by means of which we are ever more and more enveloped in the web of our own subjectivity. That is the one line of approach to the question, this Lockean line of approach to the question. The other approach is seen in such minds as that of Francis Bacon in the 16th and 17th centuries. With him, nominalism has become such a thought-going and avowed philosophy that he says, we must sweep away man's false belief in a reality which is, in point of fact, nothing but a name. As we described in previous streams, you can go back and look at those. It goes into the detail of nominalism and how there are no universals. There aren't even universal concepts in the brain. They're just names. Species, there are no species. Even as ideas, there are no universals, let alone being outside time. And that's true, though. There are. There are. They emanate, or not emanate, they send from Eden, the archetypes, from the sphere of creation, you could say. Anyway. Okay. Reality only presents itself to us when we look out upon the world of the senses. The senses alone provide us with realities, the realities of empirical knowledge. And that's what we're trying to escape. Isn't it high time that Anglo-Celtic man, that Europe, everyone, but because really everyone's inherited modernity from there. Isn't it high time that we escaped this juvenile? I mean, it wasn't, look, these are good thinkers of that domain. What they think is true of one sphere, the surface sphere. But isn't it high time we escape this juvenile view that there is no deep moral, not saying that they all thought that, because they didn't, some of them were deeply religious, even though empiricists, but isn't it time we begin to look to the depths now? Comfort's got to such a high degree now with AI, with the dangers especially, but you know, how long have we gone down this dead, fake, scientific rabbit hole, which leads nowhere? Although it has its domain, its surface domain, we don't deny its power in the surface domain and its truths that relate to facticity. But deeper down, things govern things deeper down. Things govern things deeper down. And we know that. Think about World War I. And this is why it's so important we were talking about today, this meekness. We're talking about meekness, talking about trying to find divine will, because in World War I, it wasn't the assassination of Archduke Ferdinand that led to the war. The forces were already there in fear. Fear stopped the war from outbreaking. Fear was at a tipping point, but the immediate, when someone of the higher classes was killed, it switched to anger. So an enormous fear that actually kept any war happening at all flipped over. And so it's the spiritual forces that actually, get away, the spiritual forces that started the war. There was just one event, but also the things that provoked the people to do it. So if you go kill some person somewhere, you don't know the spiritual forces that work underneath that could make it possible, for one. So it's not that event that caused it, it's the spiritual forces that were building up, that were ready to flip over, these satanic or Luciferian spiritual forces. And so you could say in the climate, though, that is occurring at the moment, which is why it's important, there's definitely something brewing. I don't think it's as high as it was, and I think the technocratic state There is a lot brewing, though, underneath the surface. But the technocratic state can control things in ways they couldn't dream of before. So even though Twitter's free or whatever for now, anyway, I don't want to go into that sort of subject, but I just wanted to say that it's the spiritual level that actually determines these things, especially when it comes to stuff like that. And important to talk about it now so we don't end up provoked by demons and create a special hell like happened in World War One. Although a lot of people want to try create a sort of chaos as a ladder scenario. Anyway, whatever. The point is, the future is to be determined by the Lord, not you and your following demonic machinations, not me, but the Lord. And he'll bring about the proper change that needs to occur through us, but people just aren't putting the time in to be worthy of being led. It's him we need. And he'll do things. He'll transform everything way faster and way more than some will to power reaping of the whirlwind from the wind. And that's what will happen too. Those who reap the wind of now will reap the whirlwind. But so that phrase also speaks to the rest. If you sow the wind of Christ and his divine wind, we'll all reap the whirlwind of Christ and total transformation in far greater way than, I don't know, some low seizing of power that will probably end up with way worse conditions. Anyway, and so, where were we? In comparison with these realities, those around which Albertus, the realities of Locke and Francis Bacon, the empiricists, in comparison with those empirical surface realities around which Albertus and Thomas Aquinas built up their theory of rational knowledge, no longer have, in Bacon's eyes, any scientific significance. For him, the spiritual world has evaporated into something which can never well up from the inner life of man with any scientific certainty or security. In a sense, that's kind of true. Not any. You can definitely have a certain rationalistic certainty, but the truest certainty available, higher than any type of rationalistic or indirect, is first eyewitness and then the deeper mystic, intimate truth as ascending in episteme and the raw contact with truth himself. But anyway, the spiritual world has become only the content of faith and must not be brought into contact with what is known as science or knowledge. This is Francis Bacon's view. On the other hand, knowledge can be achieved only by external observation, by experiment, which is only a more intellectual form of external observation. The experiment is only a more intellectual form of surface sense. You never get outside of surface sense. It's just an extension of the surface into calculation and quantity and either deduction or induction. From there, I think it's induction, generalizable from quantitative, repeatable experiment, grinding serpent that it is. So we arrive at Hume in the 18th century, for whom even the connection between cause and effects has becomes something which exists only in man's subjective consciousness, which he applies to objects only from some sort of acquired habit. We see how the nominalism which followed Thomism weighed down upon humanity like a mountain in this. Now, what is the most important factor in the events which led up to this? Surely it is that the time at which scholasticism with its penetrating logic arose was the very time when the content of reason was being separated from the content of truth about the spiritual world. That's the most important factor. Surely it is that the time at which scholasticism with its penetrating logic arose was the very time when the content of reason was being separated from the content of truth about spiritual world. The task of the scholastics was to consider, on the one hand, the content of truth about the spiritual world, which for them, of course, was handed down through faith and revelation. And on the other hand, to consider the truths, and maybe not for them particularly, but there are definitely revelation occurs, the relationship of people to Christ in that time also was, I mean, Steiner will articulate it in a way saying that no one is in a revelatory contact at that time in a way, but I think he does admit that some are. Of course, well, it's handed down through faith and revelation, and on the other hand, to consider the truths which human knowledge could arrive at by its own power. Now, in their approach to the problems of the scholastics, now in their approach to this problem, the scholastics were quite unable to perceive that the course of events would present their successors with a new problem. When Thomas Aquinas and Albertus had to develop their philosophies, there was as yet no scientific view of the world. There had as yet been no Galileo, no Giordano Bruno, no Copernicus, no Kepler. Man had not directed his powers of thought to the external world of nature. There was no necessity at that time to reconcile the knowledge of which man's reason could acquire, the knowledge which human reason could acquire from the depths of man's soul, with that which had been won from the outer empirical world of sense experience. The only issue was between the knowledge which logical thinking could derive from the human soul and the content of spiritual truth handed down by individual inner development to raise themselves to the actual reality which was embodied in the holy wisdom, which could only see it, but could only see it in the form in which it was handed down by the church, that is, as tradition or scripture. Again, you see how he says raise themselves up? He knows that, at least he knows later, that it's collaborative. The way he writes, though, is like the people of his time. It's collaborative. It's never done by you. It's allowed. You put your effort in. You could make the mistake of thinking that it's you, but in doing that for long enough, you'll fall into delusion. It's allowed. Or you specialize in something, some faculty of the spirit, which eventually crumbles or reaches its limit, like some low clairvoyant, and crumbles like a Tower of Babel. But anyway, just making that point that you can't do it of your own will. And so Steiner believes, for men were no longer able to, by individual inner development, to raise themselves to the actual reality which was embodied in the holy wisdom, but could only see it in the form in which it was handed down by the church, that is, as tradition or scripture. But the question that the future would have to answer was this: what is the relation between the rational content of the highly developed theories of knowledge of Albertus and Thomas Aquinas and the content of the naturalistic scientific view of the world? The attempt to answer this question went on fruitlessly right into the 19th century. And now we discover a most remarkable fact. When we look back into the 13th century, we see Albertus and Aquinas presenting humanity with a line of demarcation between rational knowledge and the content of faith and revelation. Step by step, they consider the truth of the content of revelation, but show that only up to a certain point does it yield to human understanding, and that beyond this point it remains for man a cosmic riddle. These cosmic riddles, such as the incarnation, the real presence in the sacrament of the altar, and others, stand on the further side of the boundary. For Albertus and Aquinas, man stands on this side, bounded by the limits of his own understanding and unable to look directly into the spiritual world. That was the situation in the 13th century. Now, let's check the old, see how everything's going. Where are we? 2 o'clock. Unlisted Logos says good point. It could be of many points that were my interjections probably, but I think we'll continue for it's 2, so we've got 3 more hours. Did we start an hour ago? I don't know. Was it 1:30? I think it might have been 1. No. I think it was 1. We'll go through a bit longer. Now, if we turn to the 19th century, we shall see a remarkable fact. In the 1870s, at a famous conference of the natural scientists at Leipzig, Dubois-Raymond gave an impressive address on the boundaries of the knowledge of natural science. The situation has completely changed. Beyond the boundary of knowledge at which man stands, there now lies the material world, the atoms, everything of which Dubois-Raymond says, we do not know what that is which masquerades in the world as matter, while on this side of the boundary lies the whole system of knowledge reached by the human mind. Although the presentation of this in the 70s by Dubois-Raymond is insignificant in comparison with the mighty achievements of scholasticism which lit up the Middle Ages, we are nevertheless confronted with a real antithesis. In the 13th century, man sought to understand the mysteries of the spiritual world. Now he seeks to understand the mysteries of the material world. Now the boundary of knowledge is drawn between human beings and atoms. Then it lay between human beings, God, and the angels. As a result of the influence of Hume, there arose a philosophy which had at any rate great contemporary importance, the philosophy of Kant. Ever since in the 1860s, after it had suffered a slight eclipse, German philosophers raised the cry back to Kant. Mankind has stood very much under the influence of this philosophy. To some degree, that's still the case, subject, object, but also the uncertainty of knowledge. But other things have taken over, I think, since this book. Innumerable books on Kant have been published, and independent thinkers on Kantian lines have appeared, such as Volketh, Cohen, and a host of others. We can, of course, give here only a sketch of Kant, pointing out the essential features of his philosophy. I do not think that anyone who has made a serious study of Kant will disagree with my account of him in my short thesis, Truth and Science. For Kant, the problem which confronted him with full force at the end of the 60s and the beginning of the 70s of the 18th century was not the problem of the content of a world philosophy, nor the presentation in clear forms, images, or ideas of the nature of concrete reality. His problem was the formal problem of knowledge. How do we gain certainty about anything in the outer world that it really exists? Kant was more concerned about the question of the certainty of knowledge than about any content of knowledge. One cannot help feeling, when one studies his critiques, that what matters for Kant is not the content of knowledge, but the effort to reach the principle of certainty in knowledge. Read his critique of pure reason and his critique of practical reason, and note how, when he has completed the chapter on space and time, in his own way a sort of classic, he then produces the categories, enumerated in a quite pedantic way, as though merely to put a finishing touch to the picture. In truth, the theme of the critique of pure reason has not the flow of something written sentence by sentence with a man's lifeblood. The relation of what we call concepts to some external reality is a far more important question for Kant than the whole content of knowledge, which they in fact embody. He pieces together this content, as it were, from all the philosophy that he has inherited. He devises schemes and systems, but the question keeps on arising. How can man arrive at certainty? The sort of certainty, as he himself expressed it, which mathematics provides. Or we can add to that. That the highest level of certainty that you can achieve is not through induction, deduction, it's not through logic, it's through material intuition. It's through empathy, which Bergson also understands, that we achieve a higher certainty than anything that the sense world can provide. And that's strange to modern man and the world that it's built itself around him. And it's said that a lot of Kantians become mystics for that reason, because he shows that you can't be certain with the intellect alone. We're actually, to have true certainty, we have to escape it through intuition, through this process, to discover reality is moral, and actually to get to the essence of even the things here, trees. To get to their essence means getting below the surface. They have to allow you to. It has to be through empathy, because where they come from, it's all spiritual at the ground of things. And so that both you know them and they know you, and you can only approach their material essence by love. And that begins with Christ and the divine, but then can also be in nature as well. You see, it's also counter to this calculative mode. Actually getting the certainty about everything, about reality, is not through this calculative mode. And the difference here between the Hermetic philosophy or Christian Hermetic philosophy and abstract philosophy that we're talking about here is that is about a deduction from the things of nature, abstracting principles and laws. And what we do is going to the essence of things to see the very beings that send them. It's looking through the surface. But it can only be achieved as a moral process to do it. Through the surface things, not deducing by watching the how, but looking through the what. Not induction to find the how of things, of the operation on the surface level, but looking through to the what of their essence and the beings beneath that. The angelic hierarchies, everything. And that's through, as philosopher Henry Bergson talks about, empathy, or as we better understand, through love. But starting with Christ, of course. Starting with Christ. None of it happens without him. And through concentration without effort in prayer. Through dwelling with things. No one dwells long enough. Because even people like Goethe didn't actually do the full the process that we're talking about, but he did achieve a degree of it through concentrating on nature, through looking at it for long enough, through staring at it and contemplating it again and again, just staring, and things from the depths reveal themselves eventually if you look at something long enough. And Steiner did that too with nature. But really it should start with the depths and the religious experience, because otherwise it's tainted. Nature is sort of tainted. You're trying to get through to the absolute bottom level that's clean, who's Christ, the ground of the psyche. But there are other spiritual phenomena before that, uncreated light, before you get to him. That's why we talk about the epistemic principle so much. So things that Goethe encountered, preliminary imagination, but even forces, you got to be careful at the start before you can discern, because it might not be true. It might be of the zone of the false Holy Spirit. You have to go through there first to get to essence. or uncreated light anyway. Okay, like we said, how can man arrive at certainty? And so the relation of what we call concepts to some external reality is far more important a question for Kant than the whole content of knowledge, like we said, which they in fact embody. He pieces together this content from what he's inherited. Finally, he arrives at such a certainty by a device which, although it is changed in appearance and exceptionally well concealed and disguised, is nothing else but nominalism. Nominalism stretched to include space and time, the forms of sense experience, as well as ideas and universal concepts, that he says, which will evolve in our souls as the content of knowledge, is in no sense whatsoever derived from the objects we observe. Let's say that again. He arrives at the certainty by a device which is disguised and is nominalism, and nominalism stretched to include space and time, the forms of sense experience, as well as ideas and universal concepts. That he says about all that, which we evolve in our souls as the content of knowledge, is in no sense whatsoever derived from the objects we observe. And therein is the whole, when people talk about Kant, that's really what they're talking about. What he deploys there changes it does have a big change on the world and how we see things. Knowing, we don't know the essence of things, we can't be sure. That's the big thing there. Is that he believes there's no contact between the subject of knowledge and the object. Although later with Heidegger it changes and they begin to say that, well, we are co-relational. There's something of the object that is with us as the subject. And I think that's true. And that's phenomenology and interpretation, hermeneutics. We give form, and quantum mechanics even speaks to that. We give form to the object in small ways collectively. And that's true spiritually. It's said that, Tomberg even says that giving form to how reality is done by the hierarchies, but we also participate a bit in that. So someone like Ian McGilchrist, through Heidegger, thinks that reality that we experience is intersubjective. So he would think it's just collective humanity that generates the truth of it. But no, we have a small part in it, which quantum mechanics sort of shows. There's some effect from the observer. But the hierarchies play the main role. But there's evidence that we also do. Correlated anyway. Okay. And so the whole, we merely attach it to the objects. And so you can see how the modern idea of that, oh, it's just my concept of it. It's just in my head. It's a concept of this. There's a bit of Descartes in that, but watching things on a screen that's not actually connected with the objects themselves. And that's not true. When you cognize something, you are touching it. And when you look at something, you're touching it. But if you want the depth of that, you actually have faculties that the Lord unlocks that we used to have before the fall. Contact with his divine will, intuition, through sympathy, and experience the spiritual touch, which is a more intimate contact with the essence of things than any physical touch. It's felt closer, behind the eyes. It's more intimate, your relationship with him, and through that faculty than anything. And that's described in Way of the Pilgrim as well. Our whole value for things based on how we engage with the world only through the senses and low pleasure and pain, rather than the beatitude and deep and meaningful sorrow, which is the highest form of those things, sort of 4 levels above surface pleasure and pain. There's a whole world underneath the world that we exist in. Get started now, because don't waste any time. Don't get to your death. I mean, at least people in retirement, hopefully you can just get started if you're closer to retirement and watching this, get started doing the practices now's the time. But you should start immediately. Don't wait, because you could die at any moment. We should be prepared to die in proper contact with the Lord. As we've just learnt recently, everyone, you need to be in preparation to die now, which is what initiation is. What does the Lord say? The second death doesn't hurt when you've already died the first time. And that's actually what purification, illumination, union achieves. And there's a deep mystery, a mystery of the breath and death, which I can't talk about. You have to experience through Him, or in very symbolic ways am I allowed to talk about. But these are the deep mysteries that have to be revealed by Him to the person doing these things. Yeah, I won't go into it more than that. But the saints talk about it in symbolic ways too, and it has to be figured out. It has to be figured out with you and Him, because it's about trust between you and Him as well. And faith, it's about faith, trust and love. Anyway, I'm not going to say any more than that. But be prepared. We have to be prepared to die now. And what a wonderful life that we can discover in being prepared to die now through this process. And a wonderful life following divine will. Doesn't mean you're going to be, these streams aren't watched by thousands and thousands of people. Who cares about that, right? You got to let go of that sort of stuff. Often what happens is what's important isn't. But even that is not, don't even need to think about it like that, is that you just need to follow divine will. That's the point of faith when you disclose it. Your relationship with Him is certainly its own reward, as He promises. He keeps His promises. But anyway, people haven't, for all this time, all the pain and the martyrdom of the apostles away from the world and what they went through, man, we go through nothing compared to that. And the whole world was transformed by it. That's how true in multiple meanings of that word. That's how true the gospel is. That's how true revolution and the true God is. You don't die for some principle. In fact, the people that are willing to go to prison for their lives, doing the things that they're doing at the moment, it's actually different from the I want to be careful which words I use. It's different from the other people that commit atrocities. Other religious groups say that do it, right? The religious group that has the moon as its symbol, they do it out of a zeal. The people that have done recent bad things do it out of complete nihilism, because nothing means anything, so they might as well just do that, right? So to have some sort of meaning. It's completely opposite. It's the postmodern leftist is willing to do those things because their whole life is nothing, and they don't want to be some slave of some economic thing and mean nothing, and it's all nihilistic. And so it's not, if they're put in a situation that requires a kind of combative courage, they'll flee and run from that in fear. But if they can be some dude on a grassy knoll, they can do that, because then their life means something in a sick way. But yeah, it's opposite in a way. Interesting. They have a similar result, but they're opposite. So how can a man arrive at certainty? Kant says that we merely attach it to the objects, the concepts, and the whole form of our knowledge we derive from ourselves. When we say we are separated and we can't be certain about anything. When we say that an experience A is related to experience B by the principle of causation, this principle of causation exists only in ourselves. Is the principle of reason only the principle of reason and not a principle of being? Maybe it's a principle of being too. That's what Heidegger postulates. And we, well, in one of his lectures on a different philosopher anyway, we attach it to the two experiences, A and B. We therefore attach causality to things. This brings us to a startling conclusion, though it is startling chiefly because of the widespread authority which attaches to Kant's philosophy. However, we cannot avoid it. It is this. Kant seeks the principle of certainty by denying that we derive the content of our knowledge from objects, and by asserting that we derive it from ourselves and then apply it to objects. See, he's saying there's no immaterial attachment, there's no intuition, there's no cognition, doesn't touch things at all. In other words, and here the paradox is manifest, we have truth because we make it for ourselves. But the truth that we have is only subjective truth because we ourselves bring it into existence and then apply it to objects. There you have the final consequence of nominalism. The scholastics strove with the problem of the universal concepts, with the question, what is the actual form of reality in the outer world, of that which we receive into ourselves in the form of ideas? They could not arrive at a solution of the problem which satisfied them. Kant says, very well, ideas are only names. We fashion them in ourselves and then attach them to objects as names. In that way, the ideas become realities. They may, in point of fact, be far from real. Nevertheless, if, when I confront the objects, I apply names to my experience of them, and so make it real, then the experience must possess the reality which I impose upon it by attaching to it a name. Thus, Kantianism brings nominalism to its fullest development, its final conclusions. It is also the lowest ebb of Western philosophy, the complete bankruptcy of man in his search for truth, a despair that man can in any way find truth in external objects. The dictate is issued that truth can only exist only if we ourselves introduce it into objects. Hear that again, the dictate is issued that truth can exist only if we ourselves introduce it into objects. Kant has destroyed all objective truth, all possibility of man penetrating to the reality of objects. Indeed, he has destroyed all possibility of knowledge, all possibility of searching for the truth, for truth cannot exist if it can only be created subjectively. Truth cannot exist if it can only be created subjectively. This situation has resulted from scholasticism just because the scholastics had not been able to turn in the other direction, where a fresh boundary was waiting to be crossed, which is what he's suggesting is intuition, which is denying the fact that the scholastics actually, their work achieves a type of preparation to undergo that process. So it actually does achieve what they, in certain ways, what they set out to do. The age of natural science emerged, and scholasticism was not adjusted to it. In consequence, Kantianism eventually came on the scene, developing in point of fact into a subjectivism in which all knowledge is extinguished. Now, what time is it? 2:30. We'll leave our reading for there today, I think, friends. We might continue it later, but we're going to go down and walk towards the ferry. It'll take a while to get down there, and take a great ride across. Look at me hunched over. Take a ride across the ocean. Let's get a little sat nav and see if it can tell us where we're going. Give me a moment. shit. I don't know if we can get there in time. Oh, there seems to be another one going at 3. Palm Beach Wharf, connecting modes, car, leaving at 3:19. Oh no, I think we can get there if we walk. It's a 36-minute walk. Yeah, leaving at 3. Perfect. All right, friends. Let's get ready to go. That was good, wasn't it? What a beautiful view. What a beautiful view. Lift. No sugar. Okay. Let's relax and enjoy the view for a moment as I get ready. That was good, that reading. Happy with that. And what an incredible place. What an incredible place. Lots of tourists here now, but so untouched. Imagine being here back in the 18th century. Oh, it's 19th century rather. Incredible. Imagine discovering this place as they did. Just imagine it. Gosh, imagine being cooped up on a ship for as long as they were. 6 months, years at a time, without ports in between. Hell. And hell especially because, honestly, going back, people like to reminisce about the Victorian era, but, you know, they were very bankrupt in spirit at that time, especially in England. Very bankrupt in spirit. As compared to going back further. That's what Tennyson was a huge response to. Even a great man like that, they had a lot of trouble getting a pension from the state. You had to have people lobby for it. Give that pension for Tennyson. Members of Parliament were saying, but my constituents, my constituents will whinge. Whoa. Yeah, good. All right, let's get the fuck out of here. Excuse my language. Yes. Okay. That was good. It's good to find a place to escape Touristville, that we weren't getting interrupted. So now we're going to walk down to that wharf, friends, that we saw earlier. Ugh. Sweet. All right. Just down here. Oh wait, it might be the next wharf actually. I'm not sure it is that one. Yeah, it's further. It's over the hill. That's where we're going. And so off we go. Easier on the way down, eh? Yeah. And so what were we saying, friends? We were talking about mourning, and so that poverty of spirit. That concentration, we eventually begin to be able to experience the phenomena we've been talking about. Imagination, which we have to get past to be dissolved to nothing. And remember all the thoughts that are coming to us, trying to distract us from our prayer. That's part of the process, rejecting all of them as demons. During the concentration, through the boredom. The boredom are impulses from demons trying to get you to stop, as I kept saying. Well, blessed are those who mourn, for they shall be comforted. Those are two streams too. One being when we eventually are able to experience the vital body, the vital unconscious is another way of putting it. Remember, that's everything that is of the past, of memory. That affects your vitality. You'll recognize this, that in the practice that your will, your energy will lower. It will lower. Lethargy increases. In some sense, it can be the demons trying to get you to stop, but largely it's a contraction, spiritual contraction on the horizontal of your will while that's being purified. And so that's how you notice that you have a vital unconscious, a vital body, not just a psychological one that sends thoughts and whatnot. And this is also experienced in spiritual touch, but that also becomes available. But you'll notice a mourning that comes from nowhere. It's a mourning of the relationship that you could have had. And fundamentally, you begin to realize, not just theoretically, like we're expanding it, but you experience it as a reality, that you've been fundamentally damaged and you didn't even realize it. That you could have had contact with these deep forces of virginal nature. You could have had contact with that. And you recognize that. As a fact of experience, though, not... well, hopefully you're seeing it intellectually to begin with. And in the life of the Bible and reading about all these things in the Bible, you're not just... When you're dealing with things that have been disclosed to saints and the tradition, who've actually authentically experienced them, they are partly a good spell, a gospel. And that includes the Philokalia, that includes books like Way of the Pilgrim, that includes Valentin Tomberg. Anyone who has original experience, true experience of the Spirit, if they can put some nobility into their work, some love and poetry into their work, to a degree, doesn't just prepare you intellectually, but grants you a little bit of the life. The gospel is truly, it's a magic. It's a transformative, miraculous thing. And you see that in the Way of the Pilgrim, how people talk about just reading the gospel as a habit, curing their illnesses and various things like that. Alcoholism, just as a habit of reading. And the Jesus prayer, of course, as well. But yeah, so where are we going with that? Anyway, the point is that those things are miraculous. They're not just, the preparation isn't just a concept. Unless you're reading incredibly dry. I mean, some of the stuff I talk about can be a bit dry, but there's also deep life in it as well. It helps when one's speaking about it rather than, I suppose, writing a very dry essay. But, so mourning, that vital body becomes alive, begins to become alive. And through these practices, you're doing your concentration practices every day, a few months into the process, and with prayer, concentration effort with prayer, and doing all the other things I talk about in the practices of Christian mysticism, you begin to experience a mourning at times. You call it also a spiritual contraction, a mourning, but from nowhere. And like I said, you've just been doing the very simple practice. There's no straining or anything. You're just doing it for a certain amount of time, praying. And also the Gospels will come alive. You read the Gospel of John and the gift of tears perhaps will be granted to you. And people of the fellowship have talked about this. Brand talked about it, going into nature and experiencing it. A holy mourning. And what that is you deeply accept it. You don't flee from it. Especially, it's not the kind of thing like what just happened, these two events that just happened recently in the news that we all know about. You can get wrapped up in someone else's thing, and of course pray for those people, but no, we're talking about a holy mourning from the depth of your being. That's tied up with what's experienced externally, also demons too, I'm sad to say, when people use it and tie it up with their own will to power. That I experienced that today, and I had to, of course, go into my prayers and concentrations, and the Lord purified it from me. I was provoked by the principalities and powers that are connected with those events, because they're used, right? They're tied up with the internet, and all the posts suddenly are appearing on your time feed. And of course then, thank the Lord, He has a surgical scythe and cuts that away when you go back towards Him. Which is what this is all about, this meekness we're trying to achieve collaboratively with Him, so we can discover His divine will and just follow as a true ingression from the eternal, not a provoking by some event or by egregores or the demons of temporality, or the archetypes of the unconscious for that matter. And so this morning, we discover the vital body. You begin to experience it. You accept it. You attend to it as a mourning of the heart in the depth of your practice. Accept it. Attend it in equanimity and through it. And what that fundamentally is inspiration, usually felt as a sorrow joy. And thank God, we've reached a stage where we experience this. And begin to recognize that it's not some subjective thing. It comes out of nowhere. And really, it's fundamentally a question that your vital unconscious is asking in the morning. And by attending to it in deep prayer, it opens it to the Lord in your morning. And that continues. It's a holy morning, the sorrow and the joy. This process is opening up and you are being inspired in breath. It's a breathing this morning. Blessed are those who mourn. That's what inspiration means. Inspiration means in breathing. So the morning is a breathing in, and by attending to it in the depth of your prayers and practices, does it have a moral suction, you could call it. It's not a physical suction or even a spiritual suction. It's just that it allows it to be brought in. It opens you up to the Lord, and He sends the Comforter, doesn't He? But of course, throughout this process, once you can discern peace and joy at the same time, the serenity, and you can distinctly discern serenity, you can ask questions. And the Lord does occasionally speak, but that's a long way in the development. But nevertheless, if you're in this process, you're very lucky, even early in the process, to be experiencing anything. So, yeah, you just have to be patient and just do it for its own sake. The fact that you're experiencing the gift of tears or grace is its own reward. Seek the truth, seek Him, not any particular experience, like I said before. But anyway, so the mourning, that's fundamentally a question. There are moral, karmic, or questions in the depth of your vital unconscious. These questions are there. Look at this, huh? Look at the twinkle on the water. Reminds me of that, or just like an open bay. It reminds me of, I don't know, that open bay in Lord of the Rings out to the west. Especially the white sails. I remember last time I was here, there was a lot of pointy white sails, very heavenly. Look at the light, how it twinkles on the edge of the water. Pretty incredible. We're going to go across that when we get to the ferry at 3, about an hour. And so you're going through this mourning, that former life, and through accepting and embracing that, it's comforted and healed, and you're transformed in the process. Blessed are those who mourn, for they shall be comforted. And thankfully, this emptiness. You're mourning in emptiness. You've reached the 0 point we've been talking about, and then the Comforter comes, and you'll continue to go through this process, this mourning in emptiness. In fact, you eventually do that every morning. You go back, in a sense, to the spiritual point, 0 point, but much quicker. Blessed are those who mourn. But the sorrow joy is such a great thing, because the true value of reality starts to emerge, the true value of things, and the truth underneath things starts to become clear to you, slowly. Again, you're making this a part of your life, this withdrawal. You're not expecting anything, you're not trying to force anything, you just do. You just do. Also, the know-how develops through it too. That's part of the relationship. So like I said, that mourning is fundamentally asking a question and then an answer is given. And so at first that's experienced as just spiritual forces, right? Like the Magi. The first things you'll experience are impulsions being led. Like the gospel says, the unutterable groaning is something you will experience of the Holy Spirit. Rumbling, like a breath felt as spiritual touch, is a phenomenological description of it. As the Way of the Pilgrim says, all these things start to become clear to you through practice and reading the Church Fathers on them, but it's doing the practices that they're talking about that it becomes clear to you. And so, blessed are those who mourn. And so you're developing in that process. And what is that? Through the mourning is the trial of hope. Hope is strengthened. And through that hope, also you're granted comfort, which is revelation. It's part of illumination. Hope is illumination as well. Faith is the first thing we're experiencing. The trial of love, the ignition of love, and the fundamental change of mode through your spiritual poverty. And then finally, what do we get to? We're getting to meekness, aren't we? Towards the last one. The meek shall inherit the earth. And so we've been talking about that, and that's Again, this is still the start of the process. The start of the process, and that it's the way to the sun. And so this death and resurrection, this mourning is also part of, in a very deep way, that's felt unconsciously, a little bit of you is dying, so is being surgically cut off, so it can be replaced with a second wine. The Lord is operating in the depths of your being. And so you attend to that mourning, and it's an asking of a question as well. And so this is also part of a first union, that you could say. A first union is achieved in this. Again, there's many more of the spirit and your ego, or the spirit and the I, you could call it, the ground of your I. The next union is of the psychological body, psychological unconscious and the spirit. But still after that is the vital unconscious and the spirit, and then the physical body and the spirit. And then through that, some really deep mysteries are revealed. When the union of spirit enters the body, then you've got a true becoming. As the way of the pilgrim talks about, it becomes clear what's meant by Christ acting in you. And I've sort of talked about the phenomenology of that, I don't know how much I should talk about because it's for you and the mysteries to experience, but the Christ union with the physical body, what does that mean? It's like entering the respiratory system. True interaction. So in the vital unconscious, you begin to experience it as spiritual touch, right? I've talked about that becoming available. Then physically as well. Don't want to go into it more than that. Some of these mysteries got to be careful not to speak too much about. It's for you to discover with the Lord. But and so what's meekness then? Okay, we're getting on to meekness. Well, it's the degree to which, with the Lord's help, you have control of the psychological body. What does that mean? You've been cut off. Firstly, you've been cut off from the archetypes, so you can't be possessed by things. You're still tempted though. It just means that the Lord has granted you, not just means, part of its meaning is the Lord has transformed in you and granted you the forces over time, over you, resisting temptations over this time, and a little bit, growing a little bit more, to have control over, ultimately, anger. In both directions, though. What does that mean, though, to control? It doesn't necessarily mean that you can just will it off. You still feel anger. You're not depersoned, but you can make a decision of will by saying, thinking no in the head and rejecting the temptation, right? It's the degree to which you can be successful in doing that. But all the time you're still, and what I do this now as a practice, because this is what the tradition, this is what they do. Before any action of work I'm to perform, praying for everything and the forces for it, the more and more you realize it's provided by the Lord. He grants the state. And the state fundamentally is to be cut off from those things, not to not feel, but to not be provoked and to be governed by, with a growing moral courage and ultimate confidence in to be able to do anything with the Lord and endure anything with the Lord. That's a growing thing over time. But in that state, you are able to do the prayer of the heart, to receive, or what else is it? It's revelation, to receive revelatory grace in the breathing, able to ask questions and receive an intuitive answer of whether you should or shouldn't do something, or whether something is or isn't true. And occasionally, when it's His will, when you're in meditation and asking questions, always confirmed by the epistemic principle, He'll speak when He deems it. So sometimes if you're asking some direct question, he's not just going to answer it when you want him to. But in the midst of asking if something is true or not, sometimes he'll say a particular important thing. That's thinking in the presence of God. That's actually what meditation is. You're thinking with him after deep prayer, but also if it's a gnosis around a question, if you're praying to him about an understanding, he grants a general understanding around a subject. You can go back to the Bible and read it and things will just occur to you about it. So, yes, speaks at times in propositions, but not when you try to bring it about. And you have to confirm it every time he says something. Just because something's said to you doesn't mean it's him. That's why we talk so much about the epistemic principle. That's why we talk so much about why I did this whole lecture series on how to discern it. So many things have been said to me that I thought, oh, was that him? And then confirmed it actually wasn't. So the intellect will throw things in there, for one. Because you do have to fundamentally, to have something spoken to you, you have to accept that you have to accept that you don't have a unified control over and ownership over the thoughts that come to you. You have to actually get to that point too, right? That being said, you have to, in accepting that and recognizing that, and it becomes clear to you it isn't, because later on a particular important thing gets sent with the gift of tears and a sense of certainty. But of course you always check and always use the epistemic principle as we talk about. But with that, you also have to accept that the other things that can be said to you can be the devil. They're always there, friends. Even in the deepest peace, something can be said by the intellect or the fallen hierarchies. You have to check. You have to check. Always check. Again, even if it comes with certainty, you should check after and ask. That's what the whole purpose is. That's what the tradition's about, using the epistemic principle. Definitely plenty of things. If you aren't aware of temptations and spiritual deceptions, then you're probably being deceived. So then you already are deceived. And you're actually falling to a temptation without realizing it, probably, right? Because it's a constant thing. It's something that happens. It's part of the morning practice, right? At least until the true full-on perfection is achieved by, as the saints talk about. But even there, they are still experience these things. But meekness, what is also attached to this meekness is these forces that are being granted to you in your becoming transformation, because you also have no resentments. Those who naturally don't resent anyone have the most courage, because they're pulled away. They have a moral courage rather than a combative courage. And so now we get to a subject with this, is that in the process you go through the experience of perhaps being woken up at night by the majestic, by a dream, and still being able to see things after that dream, let's say, or forces. This is because you decided not to be the disciple, not to be the multitude who went away after the Lord gave them the bread, and you decided to be like the disciples and stay with him. And so you will be on the ship like them. And the feeling when you're on the water, when you're moving around, you'll feel some of that, like a cosmic gravity. Spiritual touch, as we've talked about, but that numinosity isn't always, especially at the start, like I said, that's what the epistemic principle is about. Isn't always the Lord. And so when we're talking about meekness, it's not just some meek, weak person who does nothing. No, it's someone who's faced the will to power. It's someone who's been to the ground of their psyche It's been cut off from the archetypes because they faced them, being woken up at night in dreams, whose faced spiritual attack, right? Who has forces developed, so they're cut off from the fears. Well, look, you still experience anger, but you have, because you face those things in dream and temptation and the numinosity and the fear and the awe, you face that. No through road, okay, we'll walk this way. The Lord's granted you things. Remember, he comes out across the water. He walks on water. He walks on those. That's why when these things happen to you, they can't hurt you. Christ, pray to Christ. As the saints say, no salvation without temptation. So, they talk about the phenomenology of the experience of the fallen hierarchies. So, but pray the Jesus prayer, pray the Lord's Prayer, and you just bear it. You bear it and wait until it's gone. Because you'll be woken up at times. Again, it's something that happens less and less. But it's the degree to which you have things in the ground of your being that are, it's about your sin and such. Your will to power that has to be the monster that is within you as well. Accepted and stirred up, trying to scare you, stop you praying. And these are the same things that the false Holy Spirit that confuse pagans and lead them to start worshipping them. No, what you are to do then, of course, is to hold to Christ, pray, and eventually, but you have to face that temptation though, because the fallen hierarchies aren't like principalities and powers. The Lord will just dispel those. If you mark the cross and spit 3 times over your left shoulder, he'll get rid of those depressions. But you actually have to deal with the temptations of the fallen hierarchies and pray, and eventually it's relieved. So, just trying to get the truth across of meekness is no weak, non-reactive thing. It's non-reactive to provokings. As we know, everything with social media is such a provoking. It's a state in which you are closer union with him and into action in the world. For love to enter the world through you, but to come from him. For the motive and impulse to come from him. And a lot of work has to go into things to discover this divine will, to discern it, to be able to ask questions. A lot of courage is required. But its practice is quite easy. It's just the concentration without effort practice, really. But, you have to deal with the things of the first half of your life that begins at will to power that you have to overcome. Look at that paradise. Look at that. Just look at it. And so, are we getting the idea? It's not some weak thing. It's actually the only thing that we're truly supposed to be governed by. Not the provokings of the events that have happened. The problems will be dealt with. The problems will be dealt with in Christ. Not as a result of the machinations of the low intellect and the serpentine farseistic logic. It's not the wriggling above the surface trying to achieve power. Put the time in and he'll show you what to do. And it won't be what you imagine it is. Because he's the future. He's also miraculous. Be a part of his miracle. Every intuition is a miracle. Every decision made in the state of meekness is a miraculous ingression and the only true freedom from the demons and from temporality. The only free decision is made as a meek person. Otherwise, you're just a provoked being. I'm doing good, I'm helping things. Okay, to whose standard? Who says? Ultimately, how can you calculate the results? In a very limited fashion. Very limited fashion. What do they call it? Combinatorial explosion. You can have as many heuristics as you like. As soon as you get to a certain progression in time, the prediction just goes out the window. Even AI suffers that. You know why truly AI suffers that, or will suffer that? Unless we're provoked into it, and as they've determined with A/B testing, the more they can provoke you, the more they can predict your response. But I wonder if that's a ferry, maybe. The more they can provoke you with something, the more they can predict its response. And so a first step is to disconnect yourself from things. You can technically do that. You can help this beginning of meekness just by disconnecting. Just by turning all notifications off on your phone is a first step that you can achieve in meekness. But I think we're getting the picture. I think we're getting the picture of something that is not what the surface, not what a Peterson thinks it is, not what the surface is. No, it's a deep spiritual state of moving towards a union with Him. It's not perfect. We still feel anger and these various things, but it comes more and more so. But it's the possibility, because, and I experienced this, is that I was reading a really beautiful text, The Way of the Pilgrim, and close to the Lord in the phenomenology we talk about, doing the prayer of the heart, experiencing these intimate things. And the moment I logged on to the internet and looked at one of these posts of these provoking things that are going on, taken away. And then I went back to prayer. It's back to the heart, right? Because again, it's back into the worldly, away from Him. And I can tell you, man, it doesn't take much for the demons to be around you. It doesn't take much. And so this praying without ceasing is so important. Of course, unceasing prayer is established. But it opens up the possibility of the prayer of the heart. And these are very intimate phenomenology, intimate things and mysteries. But the prayer of the heart, the unceasing prayer, well, you're maximizing your prayer, maximizing it in when you can do it, when you're walking such as now. Drop into the Jesus prayer. Pray in time with your breath, bring watchfulness with the breath and the name of Jesus, as the Father Callias states. If you're just walking somewhere, like going on a ferry or whatnot, which we're going on now, if you're doing that, just do the Jesus prayer. In fact, friends, why don't you do it now for a bit while we go to get on this ferry, if it's not going away yet. Hopefully not. I'll put you guys on the front here. Oh shit, I didn't put the mount on. I'll have to put that on.
A little bit of shelter.
It's just a little place to sit.
Yeah, in the shade.
Okay.
don't think you're big enough to sit on this one.
What is that like? What that mean?
Just get very ready. Very ready.
Is it
Yes. Just getting it ready to go.
Is it empty?
Is the engine not happy?
And so it should be about 17 minutes here, and then we'll get on our ride across the bay.
Why is it
Let me just have a look at the chats. Might go quiet for a little while we do this.
I haven't heard any of that.
Oh, is that white thing there?
That's a hose.
We'll leave our readings there today, I think, friends.
Yeah. What is it?
All right, it looks like it's
It's a hose.
all still working here. David Walker says, thank you for all your preaching. Happy Friday night from LA.
What did you do today?
Thank you,
I throw it
my friend.
when we go to the box.
Is that your favourite part of today?
And so what were we talking about? We were talking about
And did you go on nice? Did you go to a cool playground?
Twice.
What was in that playground?
we were talking about. I'll just leave it up like this.
Oh, this
And did you
black.
Did you eat nice treats today? What did you eat today?
I ate cookies.
No, you didn't.
Why did you eat
No, you
cookies?
didn't eat cookies.
You had a pink. You had a pink bun,
You did, you had a little cupcake this morning, remember?
and then you had chippies.
Ivy, do you remember all this?
The state of meekness. We're talking about the state of meekness.
You don't remember. You don't remember.
And so they're the
You're joking
three,
me.
those first three
After everything we did, after all the
beatitudes
food we ate,
are
Not chippies.
you did have chippies.
beatitudes of transformation.
You had chippies.
And Mummy
The
and
middle
Granddaddy
three
had pollen.
I didn't eat it all.
Beatitudes
You did it
of
all, that's okay. Can you come back down here a little bit,
That's
buddy?
a bit silly.
not what you do, but what occurs. And the last three are the future. And when we're talking about the future, what are we talking about? When you go through the process of purification, elimination, union, the tradition has always talked about you're manifesting what is to happen for everyone in the far
Just in the
future
ferry ready.
to the total humanity. That's what the Christian tradition's all about. Is that you as an individual and the saints, they're manifesting what the future state of humanity is to later be.
I didn't see it.
And so really it's and that's the truth of Christ waiting at the end of time since he incarnated. And then the saints followed that, of course.
Oh, there's the Spider-Man. There's the Spider-Man.
Where?
That's okay.
That's alright, mate.
Back.
On your back.
There's not a Spider-Man. Spider web on your back.
And so I suppose the whole purpose then is to manifest that.
He does.
And as we're hearing around us, as a family.
Why does Spider-Man shoot
As a
spiders?
family, not just to live a modern life, but to actually manifest the future in each individual family unit.
Maybe not.
Where did you see him do that? Because I'm not sure he
On
does.
the television.
What, Spider-Man
And that's
shoots
always
a
been
spider?
there. It's only now in modernity that we are in a state where we think these things are normal,
It's a Spider-Man's
they're-
job.
that the provokings are the normal, and the aspirations that are projected to us that they're sort of provoked into are the normal state of affairs. It wasn't that way not long ago. Not long ago, it was completely different. Of course, those things have been completely dissolved. And so partly that's what the whole transvaluation is about. It's about that rejection of the new reverse transvaluation that Nietzsche talks about when he talks about the transvaluation of all things to the will to power, which modernity fundamentally is.
No.
How to get the maximal result out of the least effort is how, and you can see how the boats operate.
Where do you want me to be?
Because they're based on achieving least effort, maximal results. And that's the same of all science as well. And so we're trying to escape that mode of thinking by withdrawal. By finding the state of meekness that we've been talking about. And part of that is also like when you see monastics walking around. You know, people go to Mount Athos looking for spiritual advice, the holy mountain. And I think James Cortides is the person I had on the little podcast, talked about this. He went there and went to kiss one of the monastics' hands, and he sort of almost sorted his hand away. He asked him, well, do you have any advice for us in these dark times? And the monastic just basically said, read the Gospels, and sort of wanted him to get off. Not in a sort of way of rejecting him, because they're of course very welcoming for you to go, and that's what they do. But in a sense, they're there to try get away from the social organism or parasites that you see transmitted so heavily on Twitter and such. But there's this great clip of a monastic, and a person walks up to him and says, what's your favourite song? What's your favourite song? And he barely looks at him and he says, Lord Jesus Christ, Son of God, have mercy upon me, a sinner. That's my favourite song, and just keeps walking. I mean, that's the kind of withdrawal we're talking about, right? But even seeing someone like Jonathan Pajot talk about, or people talk about the film, what's it called? K-pop Demon Hunters, the film's called. And K-pop Demon Hunters. Maybe I won't go into that actually, into the problems of because they're basically saying how good the movie was, but I was going to make a comment about how there's still implicit propaganda in it, even if it's a good movie, even if it's about well achieved, in the nature of what the protagonists are doing and what they are combatively fighting when they're... I won't talk about it now with people around, but... Here we go. Looks like we'll be able to get on now.
Alrighty, it's a long Wagster.
Come on, Harv.
Hi, this is Sophie. We'll do two.
Mama's here.
Come in with me, Harv. You want to sit by the window? That'll be nice.
Are you gonna walk?
That's how you wait to get on the boat. Yeah. Two adults and a 2-year-old please.
All good. Thank you. Hello,
Thanks,
mates.
mate. Just one to add along, please. Thanks, man.
Sorry,
That's all right.
super slow.
How long does it take?
There we go. About 20 minutes.
Oh, sweet. That's pretty quick. Thanks.
Thanks.
Good? Now we're talking. Oh, maybe we should sit in the back. Don't know. Might go to the back.
No, here.
Ooh, this might get pretty loud. That's okay, we got noise cancelling. Alright, noise cancelling on. Just thinking where we go for this. A lot of vibration here. Okay, friends. I think we might go back to our Steiner reading while we do this. Yeah. Okay. Or maybe. Sorry, just have to figure this out. Might be able to mount it in the bag. Maybe. Probably not. Yeah, it's a bit harder wrangling all this stuff, isn't it? All right. Where were we? And so the situation had resulted from scholasticism. Oh, we're already leaving. How good's that? The situation had resulted from scholasticism just because the scholastics.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome aboard Fantasy Spirit. We're head back to Netherlands. Just thank you for your attention. In the unlikely event of an emergency, please follow all crew instructions. If life jackets are required, you can find them in the lockers alongside your seats if you're downstairs, and if you're upstairs, they're under your seats. It's a little bit rolling out there today, so we ask that you remain seated for the duration of the trip. If you do have to move around, please maintain 3 points of contact at all times. That is 2 feet on the ground, 1 hand on the rail. If you are with children today, please keep close behind them and within arm's reach. This is a non-smoking, non-e-cigarette service. Thank you and have a good afternoon.
Maybe we'll come back to that book. And so what conveniences we have in the modern age. I think it takes part of this withdrawal is also walking by foot. Walking by foot. It's not so bad using a boat, but if, as I've talked about before, if you have a car, everything is too easily accessible. You kind of hover over the necessities of the world too easily. It warps your sense of, let's see what this looks like. It should look pretty good. That looks great, man. Warps your sense of reality, having a car. I mean, some people need to have one, that's fair enough, but an important part of beginning to see some of the limitations of your being and what you're actually capable of is that, I think, having to walk somewhere. Because remember how earlier we talked about necessity. Just give you a view of the front. How's that looking, friends? That necessity you don't really get you get a warped sense of that when you have machine aid. Your will is being extended beyond you by machines and technology, and especially with AI and long before that, as Heidegger talked about with technical and framing, is that you're not even extending your will anymore. You become an extension of it. You become an extension of it. And so you want to actually minimize your exposure to things that try to make you extensions of hidden wills or hidden motives that are within the technology, as we see become evident what Heidegger described as manufacturing processes that are beyond you. It's out now almost completely evident that there are these hidden forces behind things, isn't there? Isn't it? With Twitter, with iPhones, with... God, that boat looks long abandoned, doesn't it? Here we go. And that's where we were, friends, up on that lighthouse. So even doing this kind of warps the perspective of what's real. I mean, you could get about this fast on a sailing ship, but it kind of warps. I have to hold on to my hat here. Wow, I can't wait to look at this when I get back. It's pretty incredible. Woohoo! That is a sight, isn't it?
one good thing about modernity, I suppose, is that it can be projected. The good can be amplified. Whether or not you get the spirit of a location, though, when it's through a screen, I'm not sure. Or probably it's possible. It'll start to get rougher now. Look at the scale of that. Imagine coming into this cove on a European sailing ship, undiscovered land, claimed for the crown. In a sense, there's a deep issue in the housing affordability, and that there's so much uncharted and open land out here because of foreign investment and things like that. I like that. But that uncharted spirit is it's such an open, wide land that there's essentially less opportunity out there to encounter, if you can even hear me. And that's where we were earlier today, up there. Just up there. Woohoo! as I've talked about many times before, there is such an utter, if the borders of this world, things seem safe, but when you're at the edge of it, it only takes just a little bit of tipping over the edge and you're in this churning death trap that is the ocean, that utterly collides with the shore. You see the scale of that, yeah. You see the scale of the crashing ocean, Pacific Ocean, on the rocky face of these cliffs. You realize how fragile the technology really is, how it can just be swept away by a solar flare, swept away by one mistake, by a lack of caution. And so this false confidence that we have in modernity is actually keeping us away from the true guide that used to save us from the calamity of the clash of nature and man, which is the Lord. And that false confidence will come crumbling down. I once saw a clip during riots in France where these people that were not from there were soaring down a light pole with a bandsaw or one of those circular saws, grinding it down. And it began to tip over, right? Because they're sawing it down. And these are really tall, these things that we put around, these lights that we have mounted up across the whole of our nation that keep the street lamps, right? They're really tall and they're very large. And so there might not even be signal out here, I'm not even sure if you can hear me now, but this person in the right sawed it down, and he had like a true postmodern, he had no recognition of the forces that are held at bay in the mounting with these huge machines to even put up something of steel of that weight mounted above. And so as it came bending over to collapse, he probably felt that the forces at work on his side of the pole wouldn't be enormous, and so he managed to get himself under it as it collapsed on the end that's close to the street. Naturally, you might think that all the force is going to be on the light post, at the top of the light post, right? Hitting the ground. Like a tree, if you saw down a massive tree, you might think or be deluded into thinking that it's the bottom of the tree, there's no force. And it utterly crushed him in a split second underneath this thing he was destroying in his postmodern anarchy. And so not just the natural forces that that are held at bay for a brief period of time as it rots and decays, and as we rot and decay, as we fail to reconnect with the true source of life, who is the Lord, it will all decay, starting with soul and then into the technologies. But the forces that we hold at bay also, the constructions are massive. But you get deluded, the point is you get deluded into thinking that you have more power than you do, that you're safer than you are, by modernity, by the ease and the comfort, by the easy extension of your will and your desires. And I suppose that's one thing that getting a bit closer to being towards death, getting a bit closer to nature, calamity and crushing together of forces does enlighten you. But that's only a surface enlightenment, really. So the true wisdom comes from the kingdom of heaven within, as we always talk about. Wow, that was incredible. I wonder if this is still working. I'll have to have a look. Seems to be. Oh, look at that. They're look at that. That's pretty incredible. Look at the mist. There's a mist in the far distance there. Just holding off the cliffs as people ride their paddle boats into the beach. Wow. Did I post paradise on this video? It is paradise. There's so much space out here, so much empty space. But there's also the matter of being able to afford living out here, right? Living remotely. So many great beach paradise places. We're pretty close to Sydney here as well. But it's just a matter of remote income. There's no, rural economy is pretty bad. That's why people flee to the cities. But wow, they certainly have the life out here. Certainly have the life out here. More of it. This is nothing. This is just 2 hours out of Sydney. The whole wide open country. Although this is like the best land southern coast, southern eastern coast, Tasmania included, being the most temperate climate. Look at that, people are riding on their paddleboards, riding these long breaking waters in. Damn, I'm lost for words, really. Look at that out there. You too could lead the jet ski life. It's one thing. It's certainly not the greatest thing. It's one thing that helps with getting a sense of perspective. But the truest perspective comes with the Lord, of course. But it's one thing, natural exploration. But people talk too much about it. I want to go travel. I want to go have an experience. It's still the surface experience. Nature helps you, definitely helps you a bit. But again, you can get this through withdrawal, and more importantly, from holy places in your withdrawal. Although solitude is one of the really important things about going into nature. That's one huge thing. But it's worship that leads you out of the sense service world. It's worship, concentration. It's the kingdom of heaven is within. And as you do more and more of that, so too the truths of all these mysterious statements begin to become clear. I'm getting burnt today. As the Way of the Pilgrim talks about. Look at that, I think we're almost at our destination. Not much further. Jeez. My fair Anglo-Celtic skin is getting smashed to oblivion. Must have been a pretty fair thing back in the day, seeing those red British Navy flags. If you were, of course, British and needed aid, have the Navy arrive. Back in the days when that was the Pax Britannica. Or maybe a tyrannical thing. Wow, it's so bright. Just checking, friends, to see where we are, how far away we are from the port. Should almost be there. Okay, it's doing a little loop. It's going to stop in here first, and then it's going to go back. See that? I'm just going to take this opportunity to put the mount on the front of this so I can mount it to my chest. This is just going to disconnect very briefly and then reconnect everyone. So I'll see you in a second. All right. Thus ends our journey. That was cool. I'm happy with that. Hope you are too. Just mount you guys here and then we'll find a spot to get our computer out. Feel free to send through any videos or clips you want us to comment on as we find somewhere to sit on this beach. Say goodbye to Palm Beach. We won't be back there for a long time, I'd imagine, but do go there. What an incredible, beautiful place to ponder. What a beautiful place to contemplate, find some solitude, find a sense of scale. Definitely worth the trip. As always with these things though, it's about finding the experience that you can have on your own, really. Or you could go with someone, but to be able to have some time to contemplate and pray and go to the depths in these locations and not have it always someone standing in the view in front of you, as we saw when we first went out there on the cliffs. There's too many tourists. But we did find that when we went to read our Steiner book. And so definitely, thanks mate, see you later. It's definitely possible.
Okay, enjoy.
Sorry.
You're all right. All right, off we go. Now we're talking. Let's go for a walk and find somewhere we can place this down. That was a cool, plenty of views, plenty of things to see, plenty of aspects that one location, that one destination has. Starting off on the Palm Beach side with the incredible crashing Pacific Ocean up into the lighthouse and seeing it on that side, but also then seeing the calm in a cove. That's why it's such a destination for people, because it has that scale. And as you can see, it's got that, you can even see some of the cliffs here still. It's got that scale, but it's also got multiple isolated landscapes that can be enjoyed on their own before they, if you think about it, and across the whole stream, it's kind of a 3-act structure, isn't it? In terms of, you saw one side of the beach, then you see the other side, then you see this view from the cliff. It has that escalation. I just mean as a natural location without me even doing anything. It has that. Just thought I saw Marcus Meacham, though I guess he wouldn't be in Sydney.
sure we'll find somewhere along here that we can go. Now, I know I've said this before. I know I've said that... I can turn this noise cancelling off now. I know I've said before, I've said that... I've said that... You get a sense of the life around here too. Atmospheric. It's a bit different here. This is not touristy at all. This is just north of... by the train from Sydney. This is not land connected anymore, so here's the lifestyle out here. Pretty chill. Waking up to that every morning, that's pretty good. What was I saying? Oh yeah, like I often say, you can get a sense of I think in contemplating deep subjects, it helps to have a depth environment. It helps to have a something to go along with it. And so we'll just find a place here to set our stuff down again. And if you want to set through any links, that'd be fine. And then we'll finish up our stream as the sun begins to get lower. As the twilight begins. And what a wonderful time the twilight is actually to pray. When the shadows come out and the sun goes to set, it is, including at nighttime, it is a special, real archetype of Christ's death and resurrection, is the sun. Praying at those times especially can awaken the breath of Christ, the breath of grace. If you're in the depth of these practices, doing them, the mysteries of the Trinity can be awakened at those times specifically. I can tell you, having experienced it, and Valentin Tomberg actually talks about that in the mysteries of the breath. That's a very real, experienceable thing for people involved in the depth life. As I've also talked about before, I don't know where we'll stop here. I don't really see any. Oh, did that person leave that table? No, I think there's someone still sitting there. Maybe there's one a bit further up.
Not that I'm lazy, but it's dangerous.
Still not, I don't think we're going to find anything suitable here. I need a table. This is where we just go on our luck. Just enjoy the views, friends. I can't actually think of anything to talk about right now anyway. I'll get the book out again. Let's put you, I'll mount you up going forward. You can just watch for a while. Have a look at my phone, see if there's some subjects we can talk about.
Probably, yeah.
So that camera really, really I need it.
Ah, here we go. This will be good. Got some tables out here, no one around. Perfect. Wow.
Also, barber.
I think I might walk down. Getting a taste of the environment anyway, if you're still watching there. But I want to walk down further to where those fishermen are. See if we can get something a bit more peaceful. Plus the view's pretty incredible here just to look at anyway, without me talking. And I can take a little bit of a break as we walk. You definitely get a different sense of it, although you didn't really see this when we were back where we were, but a different sense of a socio-economic out here than it is to Palm Beach. Palm Beach is probably a place where British people go because seeing it on Home and Away, and people buy a nice house to retire, whereas here it's probably more, these are sort of not the economics aren't so good here. It's not within reach of Sydney here, really. You get on a train, but you're doing multiple trips. You're driving in. Well, you could drive, but yeah, and that Palm Beach is like premier real estate. Even that's pretty far away from things. Probably not, hopefully not so far as to not be able to get an Uber to the train station from here. Look at that, hey? Paradise. I think we'll keep going. Might as well keep going. Walk along the beach. Hopefully there's still signal. I mean, if there was signal on the boat, it should be coming through here. But one thing that comes from doing this, doing the practices of initiation, of the tradition of purification, elimination, union, is that wherever you go in the wide world of nature, to whatever solitude you find yourself, wherever you go, because of your closer relationship with him, there he is. There he is to guide you. There he is to inspire you. There he is, and there they are in terms of the hierarchies and Mary and the saints to protect you. That, you know, though relationships of temporality, even family, may wax and wane, like these dogs fighting each other, sometimes family fight each other, right? As relationships wax and wane, he is always constant. And sort of like I've said many times before, also, that it doesn't have to be shared between you and someone else. You get the sense of, in the process, in this primordial anxiety that one is approaching, and this need, guilt, and death. But the beauty of it is, again, like I've said before, is that the intimate moments of true essence of love experienced just between you and the Lord will be remembered for eternity and resurrected. And so not even just in the idea of that, it's proven to you as a fact of experience, as a mystic fact in your relationship with him and the divine things that go on. It's proven. So this fact is not something that you just get as an idea from me telling you or from the tradition. It's something that verifies it yourself, that you can experience yourself. It's something you don't need to take my word for. But just going on your own becomes a great becomes the greatest gift, as the way of the pilgrim talks of as well, is that you begin searching for that time and that solitude to be able to just be with the Lord and his hierarchies, to go to the depths. But the beauty of every place that would have just been some view that you'd look at briefly and then walk away. All right, we've seen it. It's like a movie. It's some attraction. But like I said, through the depth faculties, you get a sense of the historical being of a place, but also its essence becomes more clear. Seeing the truth of the Lord through the surface things, but seeing the whole world through the Lord, through what's at its essence, and as a glory of his creation, that you become ever more thankful and glorify him for all of it. In truth, though, is that especially in the the truths of the tradition, but also in the esoteric truths, esoteric Christianity, it aligns with the thinking that we have of science. That's, like I said, it's only appropriate for this surface domain. Things operate beneath the surface, and you can prove that for yourself by doing the practices. But the greatest gift, look, now we're alone, but you're never alone, is that the existentialist is never alone, but deeply, deeply a wounded widow. The vitalist, the Nietzschean, all of those people of modernity, existential beings that are provoked and living as provokings of the world, not in the meek state, are deeply widowed at the ground of their being. And that actually becomes more and more recognized by you in this process, that you've been widowed, especially when you start to see the life come alive, a life of love that comes alive. About the utter tragedy of what people have been missing out on. What you, like I said, you both discover a tragedy in yourself, and you also, in a sense, have to encounter the tragedy, but really discover that everyone is living a tragedy in modernity unless they are connected with the Lord deeply. That it's tragic because of the life that awakens. But in that sorrow and in that great joy as well, and the ever deepening joy and sorrow, all the way to beatitude, is well, it's also a responsibility. You can't do any of this unless you are willing to pass it on and follow the Lord's will. It's not just some thing for you to experience. That's yogiism, that's Easternism. It's not some thing, I want spiritual experience, it's for me. No. You have a theosis, yes, is the purpose, but in the purpose, it's for healing. It ingresses in through you into the world and to others. So you have to be willing to help others encounter the same thing. It's not a selfish thing. It's not a selfish thing a yogi goes off and does on their own. Although, monastics do that, and there are hermits, that's fine. But usually, you can devote yourself to God in a kind of marriage as well, but usually they're doing something. They're there, and eventually there's some sort of purpose to use them. But theosis is the chief purpose, but they're always there, the monastics, to welcome people, to help them with healing, to help them with, like a starets. And I suppose we'll keep walking a bit and see if there's somewhere where we can sit down and read our book. And then, this is a bit high. Oh, she managed it. I think I can. All right, here we go. Here we go. There we are. Wow. That is beautiful, isn't it? And what is this, the solitude for, if not to bring it back, as all the legends have always pointed to, if not to return from the journey into deep solitude. Usually it is a matter of 3 years to 10 years that someone withdraws to be able to find him and come back with the gold. And so this contemplative life is not a contemplative life. It's active and passive, as we've said many times. It's both. It's to retrieve, like it's done just by you, not just that, but to... Oh, I wonder where we can sit down. Maybe we could put the rock there. Don't know. Wow, look at that, hey? Well, isn't it the old legends of old to bring the potion back to the village? It's difficult though. Very difficult. You know, all you can do is try your best to express what's possible and not give people a bad understanding of what that is, but also help them to approach it in the right way so it comes about. Because you don't want to, that's why some mysteries have to be left to be experienced and between you and the Lord and his hierarchies. But look at that steam just sitting and arising off this. I don't even know what that is. It must be some sort of river condensation. Ooh, this is a bit hard to walk up. Wow. Don't know if you're allowed, I'm sure you're allowed to walk along here. Yes, it's hard, it's difficult. Because why should you believe me? And so that's the whole point of everything we're doing. It's to synthesize with the tradition. The tradition is done, so others can have this rich life reignite as it's supposed to be. Because this is how it's supposed to be. We're supposed to be in union with him. It's the whole purpose of life. We're lost, man. We're lost. Collectively, we're lost. But we don't have to be. See my lectures. Go to the practices of Christian mysticism and get started now. I will keep walking. I think we'll keep, yeah, I haven't seen a place where I feel like stopping yet. That's one thing too. Another thing is that you can just be in one place. I tell you, every morning. In a sense, in the depth of these practices, you go on a great journey every morning across to the end. Well, essentially it's true. You go on a journey to the end of time, and it begins to be experienced that way. Difficult to explain the phenomenology, but every morning becomes a journey across the universe into time, to him at the edge and outside of it, to the edge of, to Eden, at the edge of the eternal, where the scythe chops off those electrical will to power demons and refreshes you through that surgery that the meek state is. It's a surgery of the demonic, polemical, electric, which has no ground and no essence. It's a surgery of that. To return to this. This gives you a sense, this serenity, say, emerging out of the city, just as a memory and an inkling of it though. See this arising of mist? The low, the light, the refreshing nature of it. Say you come from a city, you get out of the car, you walk out onto the beach gently and slowly. The sound begins to encounter you and you it, that gives you a sense of an objective scent, breath of peace is sent to you, the serenity of that. But that's just a analog, not the full thing. And it comes with it becomes clear that it's not from you, that's from him, a breath of serenity. Felt and encountered in a spiritual touch, as we talk about, which is what mysticism is mostly tied up with, and the heart. But that is so beautiful, isn't it? That just the mist. I don't know what's generating it, because it doesn't seem to be generating back here, but it is over there. Wow, what a journey we've had today, friends. Across the water, tops of cliffs and hills, to coves and to beaches, to Pacific, to rivers. Sail away from safe harbor towards the Lord. In a sense, that's true. Because you give up everything to go towards him. You give up all your goals. Sail away from safe harbor. Discover, not in the earth, not in the things of the world or in travel. I like travel. I want to travel. Discover and sail away from the safe harbor of the modern worldview. Surrender your goals that you've acquired in temporality and see what happens. Just see what happens for a year. Do the practices. Get up to an hour a day. See what happens. I'm not the only one saying it. There's a whole tradition of saints and sages and philosophers that are telling you that such a thing is possible. Yet we ignore it. Even I used to. We think and we look at these things, and the scientism or Scientology, as I call it, their Spurg worldview leads us to believe, oh, that's just rubbish that some cultistic community came up with. No, dude. No. Plenty of people have gone over from that Spur, and especially these days, Spurg worldview to discover the truth of the matter. It's true, friends. Go out onto the churning cosmic waters, away from the calculative mode of certainties of modernity. And don't chart your course. Remove the false certainty of where you're going to be, what you're going to do. Put yourself in his hands. That's what it is, to surrender the false future that Faust recognizes at the end, and the false anxieties of money or whatever it might be. The Lord says the birds and the bees aren't concerned with what will be provided for them. Of course, you have to follow him, though, and be able to do the practices and disclose divine will. It's hard, though, even once you do. It's still hard, but that's, of course, becomes then the test. It's the test of faith. It's having divine will disclosed and just saying, I'm just going to do it. Every now and then you ask again, just to make sure that you're not wrong about something. But that's ongoing, and what grows and grows is the certainty of the martyr, that you can do anything with God and endure anything with God. We, in a sense, and what everyone in a sense, puts the cart before the horse. The horse that should be guiding us is divine will and divine instinct. We've got a false horse in front of our cart, of our false goals as projections from the cart, projecting our horse that is the future, which is this goal we're talking about. Projecting a horse in front of our cart and letting that pull the cart. That's what it is to have a demon also pull you. Well, that's actually letting something outside the cart pull you. But it's both. It's our projections from inside the cart, in a horse and a cart, pulling us into the future. What we need to do is cut all that off. We are the cart of the horse cart. Cut it all off. This is what meekness is. Cut off the horse. Dissolve the imagistic power of the cart itself so the true horse can be discovered. But you don't control that horse. You surrender your low intellect to him. Because we don't know. Bow the intellect to him. And your false certainty. And he'll show you and he'll lead you. And you'll be doing something far more important. And that could be something very small that's far more important than any of the things that are going on in the world of Twitter and politics or whatever. The most important things that need to happen, the Lord wants saints to withdraw enough. You have to be willing though. You have to be willing to, you're on this horse and this cart, you have to be willing. You've got this cart, it seems to work. Anxieties are lowered by the things that are around you. The cart works, the horse works. It's pretty fearful to get off the cart, isn't it? It's pretty fearful to throw the horse away when you know that that works. You know that the goals of modernity, you know that money works, you know that retirement funds give you money, and you know that this and that. You know that it's worked for people in the past. It's difficult to let that go. But that's the process of initiation. That's the price for leading a life in true freedom. You want to be free? Money doesn't give you freedom. Economic freedom doesn't achieve what you're secretly longing for. You have it, and then you'll have this lukewarm satisfaction, and you'll have this longing that will never go away, and you'll get near death, and it'll be too late. You won't have the energy to die before you die. So do it now, friends. Do it now. You can find the time. You can find the time to pray. Pray for the time to do it. Pray for the time to pray. How wonderful to be able to have a true God guide you and encounter you. He's willing to do that for you and everyone if you just withdraw, if you worship, if you follow him. And so you have to look around the cart to what's actually pushing it from behind, recognize that there are forces outside the cart that are actually pulling you. We're going with this horse and cart metaphor. It's pretty good, actually. In fact, a lot of ancient tradition have used the horse and cart as a great metaphor, for a great symbol for this sort of thing. And so the horse that's pulling you is your empirical low will. Its desires have to be abandoned. They project into the future. Consider that horse or that will that's pulling you in the cart the future. It is, and it's ahead of you in space, so in terms of the metaphor, so you can see that. He can be found if you do the concentration practices underneath what's ahead of you, or behind. In a way, you could think about it that way, behind, because the vital body is actually, it's around the other way in terms of the future, but that's complicated. The point is, the thing that's guiding the horse, to the degree, the thing that is supposed to be guiding you, which is a restoration of the condition before the fall, actually, that the whole process of salvation is, and initiation is, and purification, illumination, union, theosis is, every now and then, the true future, a true horse has influenced you, as opposed to this projection, has hinted, because he doesn't inflict against your freedom. It's the prodigal son story. But the truth is, you move from a relationship with him where he's only hinted, or with whatever it might be, with perhaps he's hinted with a voice and you haven't even thought it was him. Very rarely, though, not interfered with what the son was doing with his wealth that the prodigal son is given. Hinted, and in dreams, hinted. And through this process, you have to put the effort in so that what is in dreams becomes a communication directly and symbolically in reality, so it's parallel, and then you become to be obedient to those communications. And the true horse, who is the true future and the end of time and eternal, and symbolically means the symbols of speaking too, right? Eventually, the full union, which occurs deeper than what the Beatitudes that we've been talking about today, into that ocean of the unconscious first, but then the communication becomes almost immediately understandable. And so an education in symbolism is actually very helpful, because some things are communicated through nature and the symbolism of nature, but it's always about your freedom in mind. And so that's what we were talking about earlier with the three Beatitudes as three trials. The trial of love, which is the first Beatitude, where love is ignited. And that is, you have to approach him in love for him to disclose himself. He doesn't encroach on your freedom. You have to approach him, and then he will. He's got God of love, he is ultimately powerful, but only in union with you, because he doesn't encroach on the freedom. That's the point of the whole thing. And so he's fundamentally the God of love for that reason, but ultimately he is, of course, ultimately omnipotent, but here he doesn't interfere with that, which is why it is this way, which is why you have to approach him first, not because of your curiosity. I'm curious about God. I want to, some atheist like that. No. It's not going to show, because you haven't lowered yourself enough first. You haven't made the sacrifice of your pride. Pride is a real nefarious snake. It's really deep down in the unconscious. It's deep down there. Self-satisfaction, that you are, and all these forces were granted and given to you. And we think that we do it ourselves. And so there's this deep down self-referential desire that has to be weeded out. It pollutes everything. It's secret motives. But anyway, the point is, it's over a long process, this return of true life and a true, more intimate relationship, more intimate and close than any relationship you have. Not just emotively, mystically, felt as a fact of experience, guys. It becomes a mystic fact doing the practices. It's not an emotive thing, although the motives, the heart is an important part of it. But the truth and the reality underneath all this, as big and beautiful as it is, it's so much more grand and glorious in Christ. He is so much more glorious and noble and benevolent and loving. To his sons, if you become his son and daughter truly and put the time in to do so, and re-establish your true heredity with him. He's not going to deny his son and daughter who struggles to ennoble themselves, effort and grace, who bows the intellect, who recognizes in humility their guilt and faults and what is given to them truly is a gift from him. He's not going to ignore you. And that's a worry. You go, oh, is this going to work? Oh, is this going to happen? Oh. Those are deep anxieties you have to push through in love. And that's what the whole tradition's there to help you do, to protect you from the malevolent and lead you to the benevolent force of the unconscious. The Holy Spirit, which is truly outside, and the lower forces, which are closer. But he truly will not abandon you, will not forget you. He has more faith in you than anyone does in reality, in temporality. Even though you've crucified and whipped him, and I did too. Even though you drew lots for his clothing and crucified him, he still loves you and is waiting for you to come home. Waiting for you to come home. Get away from the demons. Overcome the demons of temporality. Overcome the provokings of low temporality. Of allies. No, divine will first over everything. God first over everything. God first and his divine will for you over everything. And then you can follow. As a fact of experience, not as some abstract thing, not as some little intimation, no. Something that becomes very clear through discernment. And I talk about this in lectures that you can look at. Wow, look at the beautiful light starting to emerge here, friends. And it's glory, there is glory and music beneath all this. Glory, music, and victory. Eternal victory and salvation to be observed. Just outside of this, just beneath this, the music of the Ungaloy, the sweeping glory of the resurrection, and the glory even of going through this process, listening to old, what's it called again? What are the carols, or some of the incredible European classical music, Joy to the World, for instance, The Lord is Come. Yes, when you truly get the stakes of what it was and start to experience the true power that's underneath all this and in the resurrection that came, you just thank God that you came after Christ has already been here and you weren't in pagan times. That he's here now. Thank God for that, I tell you what. It was only 2,000 years ago. It's only 2,000 years old that the kingdom of heaven is at hand because of him. And then you truly get the sense of when you've seen underneath things, when you've seen the essence of things, the true glory of that carol and that song and the power that's there of the healed, clean victory from death and hell, a whole of hell redeemed. Joy to the world, the Lord is come. The good news, man. I'm not talking about just coming to Christianity, I'm talking about mysticism, the depths of it, the depths to the essence of things. It's joy and sorrow though. If it was just joy, you'd be, that'd be very suspicious. All of that Luciferic Christianity that we see. To eventually be a Tower of Babel that crumbles. The sorrow is a good thing. The mourning is a good thing. When it's the holy mourning, not when it's dwelling in despair. No. When it's part of the process, you recognize, because it comes from nowhere. It's about your own sin that you're encountering, and you know that because you're not doing anything. You've withdrawn from people. You're not ruining. You're not combating with people. It's obviously, it's clear that it's a part of the process. That does not go away. You still, the gift of tears is incredibly important and holy. When great truths are realized and sent with his help, the gift of tears often will come along with them. Did our hearts not burn? As I said on the road to Emmaus. What time is it, friends? Wow, here we are. We actually didn't end up sitting down, I just talked. But what a beautiful view and what a beautiful day we've had. I'm glad I kept going and we made it to 5. We didn't get to do any videos or anything, but I think that's okay. Feel free to send me things. Feel free to email me. Feel free to join the fellowship at scottmannion.com. DM me on Twitter. I don't care if you want advice or help on anything. Feel free. I read everything that comes through to me. I'm here to help. I'm here to help. Hopefully that was all working and still broadcasting. I'm sure it was. But if you want to say goodbye, I'll check the chats now and we'll bid you farewell. I'll get the train home from here. Ooh, maybe not. Maybe it wasn't going. Oh dear. Well, if it was working on the sea, it's probably working here, right? Well, I'm going to try and get up onto the... I'm not sure if it's still coming through here. It might be. It was a good talk anyway. Hopefully one of the receivers is broadcasting. But I'm going to end it, friends. Hopefully we get some signal as we go up here. It's been a great day. What a calm, beautiful place to end it. What a journey we've had. I'll see you next week for another live stream. Start the practices, start the prayers. Watch my lectures on the practices of Christian mysticism. Wow, as the sun begins to set. Okay, there we are. Signal's come back. Looks like we're all good. I'll read the chats briefly. Okay. ZZZ says, what mysteries do we draw from the waters below? Exactly. Below goes above, ecstasy and ecstasy. Dewett Martin says, great channel, thank you, brother. In South Africa, we are experiencing what you will down the path you are on. It breaks my heart. Yeah, we all are on the way there. God and drones, we are the architects of reality. We do contribute somewhat to it. All right, friends, I'll see you next week for another live stream. Thanks for sending through the chats. It's been a great day, man. It's been a really great day. I hope that's been enjoyable for you.